Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order and welcome you to City Hall and to our council chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Reverend William Campbell with Church of Good Shepherd. Reverend.
Lord be with you. Let us pray. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech you that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do your will. Bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitudes brought here out of many kindreds and tongues. Endue with the spirit of wisdom those to whom in your name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to your law we may show forth your praise among the nations of the earth. In the time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness. In the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in you to fail. And finally, teach our people to rely on your strength and to accept their responsibilities to their fellow citizens, that they may elect trustworthy leaders and make wise decisions for the well-being of our society, that we may serve you faithfully in our generation and honor your holy name. I ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. Our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Michaela Pena. She is a 12th grader at Richard Milburn Academy. She'll complete high school 2 semesters early and will attend Del Mar College to study cosmetology.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Michaela, and good luck with your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Can we see Mr. Hernandez too? Thank you. Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll move on to Section E. That is our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Yes, Mayor, great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We have one item on the city manager's report, and it is an update on our water supply, but we're going to focus mostly on the Evangeline groundwater project. We know that, there's some aren't 100% supportive of this project, but we being the staff, and we're advancing the project. I wanted Nick to speak to the council about it today because a lot is being done, and we know it, but I don't know if the council knows it, so that's why this is on the agenda today. We also asked that Chris Noe, the project manager from Pape Dawson, be here today because in my working with him, and I think I would attest for Nick as well, he is an outstanding leader in advancing this project. I'm not sure if we'd be this far if it wasn't for Chris from Pape Dawson. So he's going to present to the council a little bit today too, just so you'll get to see him. He worked all through the week of Thanksgiving, him and his team. I think they even worked on Thanksgiving Day to advance the project. A guiding principle of Chris Noe from Pape Dawson is a project like this, you don't stop. You got to keep going. And that's what we're doing. So we have a great report today. We're working with the community, working with the leaders of the community, Judge Krebs, Mayor Mary of Sinton, and the ranchers, farmers, and property owners. We're meeting with them one-on-one. We know that it's a sensitive issue. It's an emotional issue, groundwater, but we have a plan to use it appropriately and work with the community as we bring this source online. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nick, who's going to give us the update, and then Chris will come up as well.
Thank you, Peter. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. And again, I will be delivering large chunk of the presentation today, but I will ask Chris Noe to come up and go through some detailed slides on the Evangeline project. What we'll be covering in this update will be, of course, the Evangeline groundwater project, the Nueces groundwater project, brief recap of our well field monitoring program, reclaimed water, and then also a quick update on the Inner Harbor project. And I also want to expose everyone to our new water supply project website as well. Recap of the Evangeline groundwater project. Again, this is located in San Patricio County. The contract is for the purchase of groundwater rights with existing production permits of 24 million gallons a day. Some of the benefits of the project, of course, is location and specifically the proximity to the existing Mary Roads pipeline that allows for conveyance to the Owen Stevens water treatment plant. The construction portion of the project would consist of 22 additional wells. There's 2 production wells on the property, so it's 24 total. Well field water lines, of course, that connection to the Mary Roads pipeline, electrical infrastructure, controls, a pump station, and access roads. Where are we at on the agreement? There's a lot of work that has been conducted and continues to be forthgoing. The final stamped survey is set to be complete and furnished to the city on December 10th. And also, the seller has, as you know, a number of things that they have to work on as part of the agreement. They are working towards the completion of the transport permit and the drilling permits. That information is being reviewed by the city, by staff with input, but the permits are being submitted by the seller. The seller is also scheduling pre-application meetings with the San Patricio Groundwater District. And then the city did an independent hydrogeologic review of the previous work that was conducted by Interra. That work that was conducted confirms the previous findings by Interra that 24 million gallons a day can be sustainably pumped from the project site. Other items, the sellers are working to finalize details of their partnership agreement. As you recall, their agreement, it was with a number of different families, and with that comes surface use agreements. Those are important because that's where we're going to drill the wells, where we're going to lay the water lines, power line access, and of course operational access. I need to be able to operate and maintain the well pumps. The agreement is not signed yet, largely in part due to the finalizing the partnership agreement, but that doesn't mean that work has stopped. Work continues in earnest, and a lot of work has been done. And with that, I'm going to like to introduce Chris Noe. Chris is Vice President of Pape Dawson Engineers. Pape Dawson is the lead design firm that is leading a team of sub-consultants on this project. That team consists of Hansen Engineers, of course, Interra. It consists of coordination work with HDR as well in regards to the Mary Roads pipeline. And so I'm going to ask Chris to come up and go into a little more detail on the work that him and his team are doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Again, Chris Noe, Vice President for Project Delivery for Pape Dawson. And before I get into anything else, I'm going to speak on behalf of John Michael here too. We are very honored and actually take this with a lot of responsibility on our shoulders that this is an important project for this city. And we're proud to serve you guys in this manner. Thank you very much. The team, as Nick said, is Pape Dawson, and under contract with us is Hansen, which brings a lot of local but historical background to the project that we need. Interra goes without saying. You all got a master class from Steve Young a few weeks ago. There's no doubt about his capabilities. And then we do work we've been working in a partnership with HDR to understand how the Mary Roads pipeline works and how that affects this project. Pape Dawson itself, we bring in the state of Texas 170 designers in the water space alone. That's what our whole team is. And out of that team that I want to bring out for water is my team, which is a project delivery team. And what's the purpose of that team? Well, we get involved for the last 10 years. I've been leading teams that collaborate between contractors and engineers to move projects faster, to take on projects as aggressive as this one has in terms of a goal to have water by next year, by November of next year, actually. So we think we can do it. We have the right team. We've been doing this before. And you're going to hear me talk a little bit about push and schedule and momentum and what that means. Because if we were to be honest with ourselves, if this was a normal public procurement, 4 years from now would be where you would be to get water. We're talking about getting there, delivering some water in 12 months. And hopefully you'll get a little insight of what that takes, what kind of team you need to have, what kind of environment and culture you need to have on that team, right? So here we go. Let's talk a little bit about the work to date. So what we've been tasked to do under Task Order 1 is essentially due diligence. Due diligence just means, hey, do we really understand what is the infrastructure that's going to be required on this well site? Nick alluded to it. We talk about where are the well sites going to be? What will the wells produce? What size pipes will we need? Where are we going to put a pump station? How are we going to tie that into Mary Road Pipeline? Is it landowner? Do we have agreement from the landowner to do all these things? You need to know all that information, right? And so that's what we're doing. I kind of think about it as like baking a cake. You have all these ingredients. On the right-hand side here of all the little ingredients that we need to, at the end, produce a report that says we've done our due diligence and that this project is a go for you guys in terms of it's designable, it's contractable, and it's ready to be, you can move forward with it. All those things also have to happen in a very short period of time that we're talking about. We just started the 29th of September, and already we're here 2 months later, willing and ready to provide you with an OPCC in a few weeks, or at the end of this week, along with a high-level schedule that says, here's how you get to where we're at today, to possibly, to delivering some water in November. So on the right-hand side is just a scorecard. What I want you to get out of this is that green is good. It says we're on track or ahead of schedule on just about everything. I want to note at the very top, we have a contractual due date to deliver this due diligence report by the 27th of January. Internally, you'll see this is where I start pushing, we're saying we want to deliver it by the 19th. That's 8 days ahead of schedule. That's going to have a little bit more significance later on in this conversation, but we're ahead of schedule for that. The 2 items that are delayed right now aren't showstoppers. It just means we're not where I want it to be as I push the schedule. So again, we have very high expectations within our team, and by and far we meet them. The 2 red items, again, have to do with actually coordinating with AEP and coordinating with landowners. Both are just not as far as I wanted them to be, but they're both moving ahead very positively. So none of them are deal dealers. They're not going to ruin anything. It just means I got to report it a certain way in my report. Next slide, please. Oh, I do it? Oh. I didn't get that briefing. Okay, here we go. All right, big schedule. We're not going to talk about here's the 3 takeaways from this schedule here. First of all, this is just, again, the schedule for what we're doing now in this due diligence phase. First thing that I want to put out is you'll see at the very top, we've been working from day 1 with Peter, Nick, and Brett. Hand in hand with that leadership, we meet at least once a week, if not more, to make sure that we're on track and we're moving forward the way that the city would like to move. Second thing is you look at all those things I talked about, maybe I made an analogy of baking a cake or making a cake, all the ingredients that have to go into it. Well, all those things at the bottom you can see are happening, but they're happening concurrently. A lot of different moving pieces at one time to get things to happen in a very short period of time. We're talking about coordinating with not just our engineering team, but with the future contractor, with the operations group from both CCW and LNRA. We're talking about meeting with the landowners. We're talking about meeting with AEP. We're talking about even meeting with Steel Dynamics and getting all this information done. Imagine trying to get everyone on the same page at one time in the time frame that we want. That's a challenge, and it's going to continue to be a challenge for us throughout this to be able to build a team, to build a culture where it's not like, oh, the engineer does this and the contractor does this and the city does this. For us to get this done, we're going to have to do it together, and that's what we've been doing. I started with Vista Ridge. It was a project that went very fast. I've done 3 other ones like that since then, and now here we are with this project. I'm confident we can build the team to do this. So that's what I wanted you to get out of there. The last thing I want to get out of this slide for you guys is, if you look at the black diamond on the upper right corner, it says 1/27, and the word after that is deliverable date. And that's really the contractual date that I talked about before for delivering a report for due diligence. Well, 1/19, which is just to the left of that, is 8 days ahead of that. That's when we expect right now to deliver that report, which means I've moved the schedule up 8 days. Why is that significant? That's a lot of time in what we're talking about in speed, to give you a perspective of what's going on. Delivering water by November is essentially, for easy math, 50 weeks from now, right? Me moving the schedule up 8 days, I just gained 2% on my schedule. But likewise, it goes the opposite direction. If we don't keep momentum and we don't keep pushing, 8 days is a long time on a schedule. I just push the schedule out at least a week, if not more, because you just don't start and stop people. So the idea is that we're very sensitive to time. I'm very sensitive to how I develop a team in terms of pushing both the contractor, I will push on the city, and I will push on the design teams to move this thing forward. But that's what I want you to glean out here, is that is the attitude you need. That is what you need to bring to the table as a leader in this project. So I want to move to the next slide, please. Oh, I got it, Nick. Thank you. I'm a little animated, too. That's the way I run my teams. I'm sorry, but keeps everyone excited. So here we go. This is an example of a work product for us. And really, we chose this one because it shows the collaboration of the team within a short period of time. So what we have here is, in the red box is where we originally wanted to put the pump station. And in the blue, we had an alternative spot. And we ended up going with option 2 because after coordinating with the landowner in a short period of time, we said, hey, could we put this where we ideally want to put it in this area where the red box is? And they're like, no, that's not going to work for us for various reasons. So we moved it to the blue. But again, a lot of coordination happening there. There was even more coordination, though, to get to, if you follow that blue line south, down, if you want to call it down on the page, to where the Mary Roads connection point is. To get to that point, to decide on that point, we had to coordinate with HDR. We coordinated with the Steel Dynamics folks because they wanted to make sure that we were pulling water south of where they draw their water. We wanted to make sure that, from a cost perspective, that we had the shortest distance from our plant, our pump station, to the connection point. But at the same time, we had to consider Steel Dynamics and where we could actually make sense to construct that going across the highway there, 77, and a railroad. So that's how we came up with that idea, where that point is. But my point is there's a lot of collaboration that has to happen, and we've already shown it in this short period of time. It will need to continue to do that way to move this project forward. Next slide, Nick, please. Last is this. This really isn't about the well design. So what you're seeing here is this. It is in terms, what you're seeing here is a one-line diagram for a well site. We have 24 of these to create. We have a high source pump station to create a set of electrical drawings for. We have to talk about SCADA, which is the way all those pumps and wells talk to each other, and then talk to LNRA and talk to CCW operations. What I want to say about this slide is we know how fast we have to move. This slide here is a little bit about our original scope of work was to say, hey, we have to get the electrical demand loads over to AEP so they understand how much power they need to bring. Going farther into conceptual design like this right now was what I would call prudent spending of our money and time. We're pushing the schedule now, whether we move forward or not. I've already pushed it forward. I've got time over the Christmas break. I have to work over Christmas break to get us on track, to keep us on track. This is an example of the teamwork we bring to the city, and that's what you can expect for the rest of this project from us. Anyway, appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. So I'd like to just talk about some of the upcoming near future actions associated with this project. So as Chris mentioned, we've got weekly meetings that are ongoing. Those meetings involve the seller, Evangeline Laguna. We have weekly meetings with them at city staff with the sellers. And then we have multiple meetings each week with the design team, Pape Dawson and its subconsultants as well. The additional things that we're doing, we're working to set up stakeholder meetings with the landowners. I mentioned earlier there are a number of different families involved. So we're going to set up meetings in the near future to meet with each of those representatives from the families and to provide more details into the project so that they understand the goals and what we're working to accomplish. Next week for council consideration, we'll have a professional services contract amendment for Pape Dawson that will be presented for consideration. That contract amendment will be for the full and complete design of the Evangeline well field. We'll also have, as part of that, there'll be a contract for pre-construction services. That will be presented as well. The pre-construction services are critical so that we get input from contractors so that we can move forward in the most efficient manner as possible, keeping our eye on that partial delivery goal of November 2026. As I stated earlier, we're working to set up a pre-application meeting with the San Patricio Groundwater District. We've got to stay in contact with that district. And then, as all of you know, we're working towards interlocal agreements with the City of Sinton and the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. That's just one of the water supply projects that we've been working on. So I do want to give you for a complete update, I'll give you a quick recap of the other projects that are ongoing. So the Nueces groundwater program, the well field, eastern well field is substantially complete. We do have a warranty issue with one of the motors that's at well 8, and we're working with the contractor to get that resolved. The expenditures for that well field are $16.6 million. The western well field, there's been quite a bit of movement, quite a bit of activity. Well numbers 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 have been drilled and completed. The permanent pumping assembly for well 9 is installed, and we are awaiting power from NEC, permanent power. The pumping equipment for wells 10 and 11 have been designed, and that equipment is on order, and we're waiting for it to come in. Well field piping continues to be in progress. That work is being conducted by CCW crews, and we're still on track for that well field to be fully operational in May of 2026. The current expenditures for the well field are $13.2 million. And then we'd like to remind everyone that we're very thankful for the $30 million grant funded from the state of Texas. And I know we're going to talk about that shortly. Later on in the meeting. I do want to explain some of the pictures. So the top left are CCW crews. That's 24-inch PVC piping that our crews are installing. The layout and alignment of that piping was done by CCW engineers. We saved a lot of time doing that in-house. The top right picture, that's the installation of well pump 9. The pump rig is in the background, and the well and the pump are in front. Bottom left is a transformer pad that was poured, and we're waiting for NEC to set the electrical transformer. That should be in the next week. And then the bottom right is another picture of CCW crews working to install those water lines. Just a quick reminder to everyone, especially people who are listening in, we do have a well field monitoring program. We want to partner with local well owners. That's in the vicinity of the Nueces well fields and also the San Patricio County well fields. CCW crews will take baseline water levels, provide that to the well owners, and we'll also take water quality samples and provide that as well. That's a voluntary program, and we're willing and we stand by to assist if the well owner requests it. The contact number there is 361-826-1600. Again, 361-826-1600. And as you know, another huge project for our water supply is the work that we need to take to offset our demand. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do that by partnering with our large volume users who can utilize effluent wastewater from our wastewater treatment plants, that they can use that in lieu of our potable water. We are in discussions and negotiations with multiple entities. The goal is as shown here, is for a use of effluent from the Allison wastewater treatment plant, total use of 3 million gallons a day, Greenwood, 3 million gallons a day, and then Oso, 10 million gallons a day. And I do want to remind everyone that a part of that project is the installation of a conveyance line from the Oso wastewater treatment plant to the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. And we're fortunate to have Ardura on our team, and they're working very hard to continue the design and alignment of that conveyance line. Quick update on the Inner Harbor Seawater Project. The memorandum of understanding was signed by the Corpus Christi desal partners in the city on December 4th. The city met with the Texas Water Development Board yesterday. That was a very productive meeting. And the Texas Water Development Board has their board meeting on December 16th, and they will consider our funding deferment requests for the SWIFT loans. I would like to say that the conversations yesterday were very positive, and we do feel thankful. We feel that staff is going to recommend that the board approves that request. Additionally, we'll have, as lined out in that memorandum, the goal is to provide certain options for council to review and consider. Currently, we're targeting the February 17th council meeting for that. And then there's a lot of work that's being done with Corpus Christi desal partners. Again, that includes Acciona and Mastec. And then we've got Ardura, the local engineering firm, on board as well. Together, that team is reviewing the existing work product that has been developed. All of that work product has been furnished to them for review as part of the memorandum of understanding. Together, we're looking at process improvement considerations. Acciona has already provided excellent input on pre-treatment options. Largely in part, that comes from their knowledge and experience of operating seawater desalination plants throughout the world. And then, of course, we are looking for any opportunity for value engineering. The other item I'm pleased to present is working with the city communications staff and the CCW communications team. We know that the community wants information, they like information, and they do review the information. We know that because when we're at our input sessions, we get a lot of great questions. So we have our water supply project page up website. That has each of our projects for surface water, groundwater, and seawater desalination. Again, all of those efforts are critical if we're going to have a diversified water supply portfolio. The project is also a landing site. My weekly water supply update memo can be found on there. We provide information such as logs for our wells. We provide technical documents and data so that people can visit the website and review it. The website is updated, and it will continue to be updated as new information is developed, and we can post it to the website. There's a QR code there if anyone in the public wants to scan that code. But again, it's securingwater.corpuschristitx.gov. And with that, I'll stand by for questions. And Chris Noe is still here, of course, and he can answer any questions as well.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the great presentation. We appreciate it. And Mr. Noe, we appreciate you being here. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Miles, so yesterday on Channel 3, St. Pat County was thinking about filing a lawsuit against the city. What is that going to do to our time frame of getting water next year, if they do decide to file a lawsuit?
This item's on executive session, Councilman. If we're going to talk about matters related to litigation,
It's
potential
not no litigation. He hasn't filed a lawsuit yet, so I'm asking you in public, what are they going, what's the timeframe?
When it comes to talking about litigation matters, even future litigation matters, I would strongly recommend we talk about those in executive session, simply because they may involve tactics, strategies that you
I'm just
you don't want
asking
to.
you how long is it gonna take? Is our timeframe gonna be extended to another 2 years? That's all I'm asking you, timeframe wise. I'm not asking you what's your agenda gonna be with the lawsuit and how we're gonna respond. I'm asking you timeframe.
Well, they haven't even sent us a demand letter alleging on some type of lawsuit, so I haven't received any type of allegations of a lawsuit that you're talking about.
I know, but Miles, the councilman is just saying, is the timeline affected if there is should a lawsuit be filed, based on what was on the news?
Yeah, well, I haven't seen what was on the news, what you're talking about, the potential
Even if
lawsuit.
it was
It's hard to,
even if it was hypothetical?
it might not affect the timeline at all, because there may or may not be an injunction associated with any such lawsuit, so it might just be a
Okay,
suit for
so
damages.
what I'm trying to get to, I see a lot of people here from the refineries. I encourage you guys to get with Sanpete County and tell them to be a good neighbor to Corpus Christi. I mean, we're in this together. And them to hold this process up, I think it's BS. So please get with them, because they're holding your water now. You guys need this water. So please help with that process and let them know that they need to be a team player and stop making threats. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Let's see, I had a quick question. Let's see, for maybe Mr. Noe or Nick, either way, on Mr. Noe, I guess, because this is where you started. Page 5 of the presentation. Of the 2 delayed items, you have one, and I guess you both may have touched on it, landowner routing coordination. So it's not so much that why is it delayed, but Nick, you had mentioned that we are going to be speaking to the landowners. So how does that all work in terms of, what do you mean by speaking to the landowners? And how does that relate to this particular line item being delayed?
Right, so there's a couple of different facets there. First, the seller, Evangeline Laguna, right? They are working with the landowners to reconfirm their surface use agreements. The comment I made about our stakeholder meetings with the landowners, that is a meeting so that the landowners understand who we are, what we're doing, who the contacts are. So it's once we get past those contractual events, we want the landowners to know who we are and how to get in touch with us, because we'll be neighbors on their property. And then I'll let Chris talk about the delay shown on here, which isn't associated with the city's proposed stakeholder meeting with the landowners.
But it's not the landowners whose land we are going to drill on, or is it? Or you're saying it is?
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
So do they not already know? I mean, you're just saying we're going to let them know who we are?
We have not met specifically in person all those landowners. And again, they know we're going to drill on their property, but we have not told them, hey, the well is designed to be right here.
Okay.
The power is designed to come through this coordinate across your property, and we're going to have an access road here.
Okay.
So those kind of things, it's best to be upfront and review with the people who live there, and that, they have land operations as well.
But are they able to have, I mean, if they have an issue with it, there could be, and this is, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
Sure.
Chris. Yeah.
Yes, let me explain this part of the process. In the surface use agreements, it says they do acknowledge we're going to put roads, we're going to put pipe, we're going to put wells on their property, all acknowledged in part of the agreement. It also allows for us to say we will agree to where we put those these items. They can't say no. They can, we talk about where does it need to go. So, they are ranchers out there. They have hunting operations. They have other things. So what we're doing, and we've actually made really good progress. Just because it's red again, that's internally how I drive my team.
Right.
Not how I run the rest of the, that's to keep us out of the other trouble. We've had a lot of good progress out there. We've met with all the landowners, in fact, and we're moving forward. But I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, can I just add to that, just so there's no misunderstanding from the viewing public? So the families, as we've referred to them, the Welder families, they sold the water right. They got money for their water rights. They sold them to the group called Evangeline Laguna. So they voluntarily said, I want to make money and I'm going to sell my water rights to you, the Evangeline group. It's taken the Evangeline group some time to resell this water, and in this case with a buyer. So the landowner got money on the get-go for the water rights selling. They profited. And then they'll get money as well from us when we go onto their property, the surface use payments that are made to the family.
Right.
So this is all voluntary on the family. Nobody was coerced or tricked or threatened. We're not going onto their property, without their consent.
Right.
They've consented to us, or anybody that was to buy this water right project. In this case, we are with the buyer, but so it's all already approved by them. What we're talking about is just working out the details, making sure they know who we are. So when Nick calls them up, they know, okay, that's Nick.
Right.
We wanted that. We asked for it. We know that the Laguna group has been meeting with them one-on-one, but we haven't yet. And so that's a chance for us to build a relationship with long-term partners that will be with them.
Thank you for that additional information. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, thank you for meeting with the homeowners, the landowners, because that does mean a lot. When it's no different than when you drill an oil well on your property. It's negotiating, and you need to get to know who they are because they're going to be there and you're going to be working together. So thanks for doing that. I think this is a dream team. I'm really excited about Hanson Engineering and Pape Dawson Tura together because if we can get this done, it's going to be done with this team on time, and I believe we can with them leading it. I do want to comment too about the wells at the river. Representative Denise Villalobos is in here, and had we not had her up there, she worked so hard and so quickly to get that money for us. So the city needs to thank you. Thanks.
We are very appreciative of the
Yes.
representative, that is for sure. Yes.
Nick, thank you so much. I don't see any more questions or comments. And again, Mr. Noe, thank you. Where is he? There he is. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your hard work too, and allowing us to know how it is you are driving your team, because as you mentioned, we're on a tight timeline. No room for error. Thank you. Peter?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Just one final comment. Our final rating agency that's reviewing our credit rating for utility debt, Moody's, Ken Surgeon, he's watching our meeting today, but I hope this demonstrates to him that all of these projects, we went through several here, they're all advancing very well. As we spoke in Austin yesterday to the governor's staff and to the Texas Water Development Board and a few other groups, we're serious about making sure we bring enough water online so that by next November, which is the now target date, that supply will continue to meet demand. And that's going to come through our Nueces groundwater projects, the Evangeline project, a little bit of the reuse. Those are the immediate projects that'll help stave off or make sure we don't have to enter into curtailment. And then we have some longer-term projects like the Inner Harbor desal. The council's still reviewing that. So
Right.
a lot of good information there. We have a committed team. I want to thank Nick for working Sunday and all day yesterday as well, and his team, as well as Ryan Skrabacek, who went up to Austin with us yesterday. So.
Yeah, and thank you for that. Thank you for taking the time to go up to Austin and meeting with the Texas Water Development Board. We appreciate that. Okay. Let's see here. We're going to move on to Section F. I'm going to read the script, and then we'll go on to our board and appointments. So as we begin today's meeting, I want to make take a moment to address that this council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity, when we will not tolerate violations of decorum. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and showing blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. I've allowed space for differing viewpoints, and I will continue to welcome respectful disagreement, but I will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. We're here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in that spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you do not need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. And I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to please review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens above for your viewing.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will manage or help manage the allotted time. And if you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. So with that said, we will move on to section G. That is our board and committee appointments. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, ma'am. Before we begin, we could ask for public comment on the board and committee appointments.
Yes. If you have public comment on board or any of the board or committee appointments, this will be your time to step up and make those comments.
Hi, I'm Shireen Delsus. I live in District 5, and I'm here to express my sincere interest to join the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. And you may know me from, for the past 5 years, I've been doing public comment on bike trails, bike lanes. I see it as something really important, especially in Corpus Christi, because unfortunately, it is kind of on the bottom of the list in America for trails. And I saw this opportunity to be in the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. I see that there's an opportunity here. I've learned over the years how the process works, and I learned about the tough questions to ask, the uncomfortable questions to ask, and I have a cheat sheet so we can get things done. And I looked at this agenda, the past 5 agendas for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. Other than the approval of minutes, director reports, I see typically 1, at most 2 agenda items. So there's an opportunity to talk about trails, grants. I've learned a lot about how we could get things going. So there's a real opportunity here. And I haven't been doing public comments because I've been working behind the scenes, emailing staff, trying to keep them on the timeline, asking them hey, have you heard about this grant? Have you applied for that? So being part of the board will help me follow up better. And other than that, I've been doing, I have a nonprofit organization. We're Gold Star accredited for transparency from Candid. It's called iBike CC. And I've been on the public engagement side. I've been offering children free bike lessons. I've been organizing bike events. So there's a real opportunity here. And other than bike lanes and bike trails, I'm a mom of 2 small kids. And being a mom, the parks is a big part of a mom's life. We're always at the playgrounds. And I noticed if you look at this roster, 90% of the roster are older men. No one on the roster is a mom of small children. So that's something to consider, because I know that maybe you were suggested that you should consider people from different districts, but we need perspective of moms. Over 60% of Corpus Christi households are families. And If I understand there's a lot of people who applied, so, I mean, if you don't vote for me, that's okay, but at least when you receive an email from me, I'd really appreciate if you follow up, like, on the city staff to, you know, like, when it comes to trails or grants, like, not just forward the email, like, really follow up and help me help you, basically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment on our board and committee appointments? Okay, we'll close public comment. Ms. Whittle, I'll hand it over to you.
Yes, ma'am. So our first board is the airport board. There's one vacancy.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open nominations.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I'd like to nominate Christine Billing.
Okay, Christine Belen. Anyone else? John Lensby. John Garcia. Okay, Charles Rayburn. Okay, we'll close nominations.
Did you get all that, Norma? 4 nominations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we are appointing one.
That's right. So yes, ma'am, we need to start, we need to vote. So
I'll go ahead and start with Councilman Cantu.
Garcia? Belen? Belen?
Belen.
Billing.
And is Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, he's online.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez? Can you see? Oh, I'm sorry, Lindsay, okay. Oh, can we see you? Sorry, to see you. Thank you. Okay, Lindsay, thank you.
Lindsay.
Okay. Oh, she voted. Lindsay.
Have a runoff between Belen and Lindsay. Limpsey, sorry. Limpsey. I want to say Lindsay. We need 5 votes, the majority.
So the top 2, okay. Okay. Councilman Vaughn, we'll start with you. Hernandez?
Mr. Hernandez? Probably
Lindsay.
God.
Lindsay.
Not good, you doing it, I'm sorry.
Lindsay,
Okay,
yeah.
I won't say it anymore.
Billing.
Belen.
Billing.
Okay, Belen is appointed, thank you. Next, we have the Marina Advisory Committee. There are 5 vacancies. Kurt Broomfield, Daniel Harrington, Steve Indralunas, and John Murray are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packet.
I move to reappoint.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to reappoint 5. All in favor, say aye.
Reappoint.
Any opposed, say no.
Reappoint 4, ma'am.
I'm sorry, reappoint 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Any against, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so that leaves us with 1 vacancy open.
Okay, well,
Aye.
Oh, Gil, thank you so much. I'm sorry about that. We need to remember, because his vote won't count.
you need to see him? Yeah.
Thank you, Gil. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to open nominations for the Marina Advisory Committee. Councilwoman Paxton, who? Who? Rains? Okay,
Rains, okay.
Rains. Any other any other nominations?
Mr. Hernandez, anybody? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, if there's no other nominations, we can close and move
So
to
we can
appoint.
close it. So Mr. Raines.
I move to appoint.
Okay, all in favor?
All in
Yeah, we do need a vote, yeah. Well, I guess we could do it by acclamation since there's only one nominee, actually, if I think about it. So by acclamation, since there's one nominee, we will appoint him.
Okay. Mr. Raines
Yes, ma'am.
wins the vote.
All
Okay.
right. So then we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. There's one vacancy on this committee.
Okay, we'll open nomination. I'm sorry, let me open nominations real quick, just for the formal record. We'll open nomination.
Betty's excited. That's good. Okay, go ahead.
So you have. Okay.
Okay.
Any other nominations?
Jennifer Wright.
Okay.
All right.
Eric.
Jaramillo? Jaramillo.
Okay, any other nominations? Okay, I'm going to close nominations, and we'll start with Councilman Cantu.
Eric votes for Eric.
Sharon?
Delsus?
Oh, Delsus, okay.
Yeah.
Wright, Jennifer Wright.
Wright.
Mr. Hernandez?
Delsus.
Delsus. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so it's Delsus, between Delsus and Jaramillo? Or
Okay.
Eric?
I'll start with Councilwoman Vaughn.
Hold on 1 second, she's still writing. Give me 1 second. She writes really fast, but not that fast. Okay, we can start now, Mayor. Thank you so much. Okay, so Vaughn and then Mr. Hernandez?
Delsus.
Okay, and we need to see him too. Can't see, that one doesn't
Delsus.
count. Okay, thank you.
Jaramillo.
Jaramillo.
Delsus?
Jaramillo.
All right, Mr. Jaramillo is appointed. Okay, next we have the Planning Commission and the Airport Zoning Commission. So we discuss these committees together because the members of the Airport Zoning Commission serve 3-year terms and they align with the term each member serves on the Planning Commission. So in other words, the members of the Planning Commission and the Airport Zoning Commission are identical. So we do have 2 vacancies.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Jason Jackson.
Okay. Okay, and Aaron Goldstein. Alex Garcia. Okay.
I'm going to do Ortiz
Joe Ortiz.
and Richard Shelton.
Well, let's see. Do we have 2 vacancies? Yeah, you can do that. Yes, you
Right.
can do that. So it's Shelton also.
So who are,
Ma'am, you need him up there, Norma?
so we have Jackson, Esparza, Goldstein, Ortiz, and Shelton.
Is that everybody?
And that's for 2.
Did we miss
right?
one? And Garcia, Alex Garcia.
Oh,
That was Ms. Campos's nomination.
Okay, I'll
So
start
1,
with
2, 3,
Councilman
4, 5,
Cantu.
6.
Pick your 2.
Yes, 2, ma'am.
I'm Garcia and Ortiz.
Jackson and Shelton.
Jackson and Esparza.
Jackson and Goldstein.
Jackson and Shelton.
Hold on, Mayor. Jackson and Goldstein, go ahead.
Did you get mine?
Jackson and Shelton.
Okay, Mr.
Esparza and Goldstein.
Jackson and Esparza.
Okay, thank you. Jackson Esparza. And then did you catch Ms. Vaughn's? Ms. Vaughn, can you repeat your? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna, there you go. Jackson and, there's two, Norma? So it's Jackson and Esparza would be in the runoff? Okay. Oh, okay.
No, Shelton and,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and Shelton.
Isn't it 4 under Esparza?
no, but Jackson got 6.
Right. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Duh. Okay, yeah, she's right. Esparza and Shelton, yes, because one got it outright.
All right, so we'll start with Councilwoman Vaughn.
Hold on one second. Let her write it down real quick. Okay, are you ready, Norma? She's ready. Okay, please proceed. Okay, Mr. Hernandez?
Esparza.
Esparza.
Shelton.
Shelton.
Esparza.
Esparza.
All right, so Esparza, thank you. And that's to the Planning Commission and the Airport Zoning Commission. All right, last but not least, we have the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee. There are 5 vacancies representing the following categories. They're preferred but not required categories, which are 4 at-large and 1 environmentalist. Robert Allen, Glenn Duhan, and Melanie Holland are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Nominate for reappointment.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Councilman Hernandez?
Mr. Hernandez?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so then we
Okay,
have,
well,
that leaves,
Hang on, the motion carries.
sorry, now I'm doing it. Sorry, Mayor.
Slow down.
Now tell me to slow down. Good one.
I'm joking.
I tell you, you're on the ball. She's on the ball. Okay, so then that leaves us with 2 vacancies open. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, we're going to open nominations. What was the nomination?
Chapman and Pittman.
Chapman and Pittman? Well, there's only 1 spot.
No, there's
Is it
2. There's 2 spots, so
Okay.
she can do 2.
Any other nominations?
Yes, ma'am. She can do that.
No? So we have 2 nominations for 2 open spots. So
I move
by
to appoint.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do it by
Acclamation.
acclamation if we want.
All right.
Yeah,
So
because there's
Chapman
just 2 for
and
2.
Pittman.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to Section I, our consent agenda items 3 through 20. Any requests from, well, I'm going to pull item number 6, but any requests to pull an item for discussion from council members? 11. Item number 11. Anything else, ladies or gentlemen? Okay,
Mayor, when you
Number
pull
12.
6, you're going to recognize 7 as well, 6 and 7, the 2 grants.
yes.
Right.
Oh, yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
We'll pull 7 too.
Okay,
Yes.
6 and 7.
Councilman Hernandez, I'm sorry, what was your request?
Number 12.
6, 7, 11, and 12. Okay, any requests from the public to make public comment on items 3 through 20? 11, you can come up.
Joshua Frederick, City of Corpus Christi. I appreciate Councilman Roy pulling item 11. I was going to do it if he wasn't going to. But really, it's for the same reason. I just want to make sure that we remind the engineers that we're awarding this contract to be very mindful of the space at Blucher Park. You know, the city's worked really hard on it, but so has a lot of the public members, we really put in time at that park to make it nice from what it used to be. And I think reminding them of that and having them be very diligent and mindful of that space would be greatly appreciated. Not to make them paranoid, but there will be people watching every step of the way along there, and they're going to have binoculars out. They're looking at birds, but I guarantee they're also going to be watching every single thing they do in that park. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Frederick. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment on items 3 through 20. I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 6, 7, 11, and 12.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no.
And Mr. Hernandez also. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez, yes.
You approve consent, Mr. Hernandez?
Aye.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, this includes the amended minutes,
The minutes, yeah, because we,
but it's the amended minutes.
yes, the ones posting, so we did include, we properly reflected your vote on consent agenda as a whole last time, and then as we explained on 4, we put you absent. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Let's see, item number 6 and 7, I pulled, and I'd like to invite Ryan Skrabarczyk and our state representative Villalobos to come down. I just want to, Ryan, give us a little background on it, and just to thank you. I'll give you a chance to get here. Sorry. We want to thank you, Representative. This was your very first legislative session, and you knocked it out of the park, and you really proved, how you are working for our community, our region, really our region. So, and I'll leave the rest for you to make statements on, but we're very, very, very grateful. Brian, if you'd like to introduce just a little bit of background.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ryan Skrabarczyk, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. And I have to say, before I start, my son's going to be thrilled I'm talking on items 6 and 7. So I have to say that as a parent. Thank you, Representative. Yeah, that's a thing with the kids. But really, it is, I just want to stress for Council, obviously, and Councilwoman Vaughn started us off, and it's already been echoed by multiple from the dais, how impactful this is. But to help the council understand the context in which this happened, and I've heard the representative tell the story a number of times, but this was not a usual legislative session, and I think that bears repeating. The Texas Tribune actually ran a story on this, and the legislature this session appointed 5 times more in direct appropriations to water projects than they have ever done in recent years. In the time that I have worked in and around the legislative process, it almost never happens, with the exception of maybe a special project in the chairperson's district of Senate Finance and Senate Appropriations. So there was a unique recognition by the legislature this session that water projects were important. And having worked around the process, I have to admit, we talked with our delegation frequently leading up to the budget appropriation process about the opportunity that might exist there. And candidly, there wasn't a lot of optimism because it hadn't been done, and the legislature operates a lot on persistence. And maybe in that case, it takes a freshman in the legislature with the gumption to kind of seize the reins and go, I recognize there's an opportunity. And so when we got the call on the night of the deadline for writers, and Representative Villalobos had asked us to draft one and so that she could submit it, and then work that through the process, obviously in coordination with our delegation, but it takes an individual to file that and make it come to fruition. It really was a unique opportunity and also a huge win for the ratepayers of Corpus Christi to see this, because these are emergency projects that we would have had to do regardless, and the state taking that financial burden on is a great impact, and hopefully a symbol of things to come in the way that the state can continue to step up, but it takes somebody to be first. So with that, I'll just echo my thanks. I can do nothing, as no one at the city can do anything in the legislature without our delegation, and so all of the thanks go to them, and so I'm happy to participate in expressing how grateful we are. Representative.
Hello. I'm State Representative Denise Villalobos from House District 34. I serve on the Appropriations Committee, specifically the Subcommittee 678, which actually oversees TCQ, TxDOT, the Water Development Board, and many other state agencies. So I was on the initial committee that approved water projects throughout the state of Texas, and I've had a lot of different representatives come to me asking for money for their regions. As Ryan was saying, it was kind of unorthodox what had happened this past session, just because of the amount of surplus we had in the budget. And the city of Houston was the first one to come to me to actually say, hey, we have this pump in Houston that's single sourced that runs water to all of our refineries, and if that goes out, Houston is out of all their refineries. And so they asked us and me and my committee for $500 million. And I was like, whoa, what? You can ask for money like that? Well, Corpus Christi has a ton of emergency water projects on the deck right now that I would love to ask for money for. And so literally in the 11th hour, I was able to work with the Corpus Christi Water Department. Nick's not here, but Drew Molly at the time. Oh, he's right there. There he is. And your Public Affairs Department, Ryan Skrabarczyk. And in the 11th hour, literally, I think they had 8 hours to work on it before the deadline. We were able to submit a request for 3 different projects for $50 million. The state ended up approving 2 projects and $46 million to bring back to Corpus Christi to help with water security, to push that deadline from August of 2025 all the way to November of 26. And we're here today. I'm very happy of what we were able to accomplish together, and I look forward to helping y'all secure water in the next legislative session in the next budget cycle. Thanks.
Thank you, State Representative. You've done an amazing job. We're so grateful, and we really want you to know that, and thank you for being here. We really appreciate that. I know we've got some comments here. Councilman Roy.
Representative, I would stand up and clap for you, but I don't want to break decorum because that would come back to in fivefold later on. But I just want to thank you from District 1, everyone, for what you've done and just being a stellar representative. And thank you for just keeping in front of us and working with us and being so easy to access. We're very, very proud of you. And again, I really think I would stand up and clap, but I don't need the mayor giving me a hard time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, thank you, Nick and Ryan, for working with Denise so quickly. I know that was tough. I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to because I can't help myself, so I'm going to brag on you a little bit. Her very first year, she brought more money back to our county and city than Abel Herrero ever did the entire time he was there. Good job. You need me on your campaign trail. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Mayor, I think there's a couple things. This is an amazing story. The fact that you did what you did, the fact that Ryan was in the right place at the right time, and the guy never leaves. And we've talked about this. Oh, if you want to meet the world, go stand with Ryan in the Capitol, because they all come to him. That's really interesting. But then Nick and your entrepreneurial spirit and bringing these drillers in and getting them going. And at one point somebody said, well, you guys are spending a ton of money on drilling these wells, and there's a better deal. And, all right. They called me about 2 weeks later and went, oh my word, how did you get that agreement and are able to drill those wells at that price? And so, I mean, it's really interesting that it's a success all the way around. And my last comment would be, do me a favor, when you drive back to the office today, glance at the cars you pass and that pass you and know that you have positively impacted their lives. What you did in the legislative session impacted everybody's life in this room, and all the tens and hundreds of thousands of people you will never meet, you made a difference. And for us, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Parada.
Councilwoman?
Councilman. Man. Not call you.
Representative, as you've often heard me say, I think it's the best race I ever lost. I have to, the chief executive for the Texas Chemistry Council, one of the things that he said is the rock star of the Texas legislature. And I mean, I firmly believe in him. I know the date of my election and the butt whipping that I got. You're one of the first people that texted me that night. And it just meant to me that you're a supporter, no matter what side of the aisle that you stand on, you're a supporter for solutions and for whatever the region needs for all its citizens. And it's a pleasure to call you my friend. Thank you, and thank you for the great job you're doing.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Representative, thank you for being here this morning with us. When I saw these come across the agenda, the first reading, I was very excited because it is not lost on me, and there's a lot of individuals who it is not lost on, that this was no small feat. This incredible effort on your behalf that was successful really did help us launch into a successful plan for water for this region. And I know this is your home area, and we just can't be more thankful and proud that you're in Austin representing us, and we're looking forward to continuing that relationship. But from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for thinking of us, putting us first, and making sure that we could have a strong step forward.
Thank you, State Representative, for being here. We appreciate you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve items 6 and 7. You got a second? Okay. Rebecca, do you have it loaded on? Yep. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I don't know if that was planned or not, but can we turn this into a moment where we can get a picture with the representative and our water team so we can celebrate this? Because that would sure mean a lot to us. And I think it is in order to stand up and clap.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. Is he coming? Is he coming? Or?
Yeah, they'll come.
Come on down here. Okay, guys, I guess if everybody.
Yeah, probably come down because our photographer's on their way. So.
Yeah, let's come down. If everybody could just push their chairs. Just push your chairs in.
Yes, ma'am.
Neatly.
And I have this whole group just come this way real quick. Perfect. All right, everyone look right here. Big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks.
Can we go now?
Okay. Where are we? Okay, great. So continuing on, we are going to go to item number 11, which was pulled by Councilman Hernandez. This is, oh, did you? I'm sorry, Councilman Roy. Oh, he did 12, did he? Councilman did 12, okay, and then you did. So item 11, pulled by Councilman Roy. This is a motion authorizing amendment number 1 to a professional services contract with LJ8 Engineering. Councilman Roy.
Thank you. First of all, this is an important project, and you know there is a lot of history behind Blucher Park and a lot of the things that we've done and that I've been working on, and a lot of the community members, you know, that from a standpoint that it's probably it's interesting location and a history, but it's developed into a kind of a bird sanctuary, and there's a lot of people that come, kids, school kids and people from all over and visit that park. So again, I just want to make sure that during the process of making the improvements that we do everything we can to be cognitive of making sure that we take care of that park, and I'm sure you will, but I just wanted to make sure that we stated that. I know that there are a lot of people in the community that have reached out to me, and I just wanted to express that concern. And at the same time, this is a necessary project. I'm looking forward to it and the improvements that it will bring to the area. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councilman. And if I could just add, this is to remedy what we call a confirmed capacity constraint that was identified in our wastewater system as part of the consent decree. And because of that capacity constraint over, previously we've had a number of what's called sanitary sewer overflows in the park. So this project will remedy that and also improve the wastewater system. And again, it's part of our 15-year plan with the consent decree. So we absolutely have to be mindful of the park and the importance to the community.
I'm gonna make a motion.
With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Oh, Councilwoman, I'm sorry.
Comment.
Sure.
Again, I just wanted to also add my appreciation and for this area, that it is now being hopefully taken care of, like, Councilman Everett Roy just mentioned, that it has become, or has been, really an icon for our bird, community, but really for all of us. I remember when I first came, was first elected, I toured that park, and they had countless volunteers going in there and picking up that trash. So again, it's a project that's long overdue, and we appreciate that. So thank you, and I fully support it. So I can't wait to vote for it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Vaughn?
It's for you. Since you mentioned it, it's part of the consent decree. So we're spending a lot of money. I do want at some point to bring forward how much money we have spent so far on that. Because I've never, and I know you said it's difficult, but we need to know how much we've spent.
Yeah, I would like to set aside a briefing and go through all of that. We can talk large numbers in a session like this, but I absolutely want to go into the details with you, Councilwoman,
Yeah.
and
Well, the whole council.
we can work to schedule that.
Yeah, the whole council.
That's a lot of money, so, and it's been
yeah.
going on for years. I want to know, are we anywhere close?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 15-year agreement, but we'll do a briefing in January, maybe the first meeting in January. We had a well laid out plan, and we know exactly how much we spent and what we've done and what's left to do as well. So we'll put that on.
Yeah. Thank you. We have a motion and a second, so please submit your vote.
And then Mr. Hernandez.
Aye.
Councilman, are you coming on?
Yeah, he already came up, Mayor.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he did. He voted.
I didn't see him. Okay, sorry. Okay, item number 12, and this was Mr. Hernandez, his item. This is a motion authorizing the approval of change order number 3 with Central Air and Heating Service of Harlingen, Texas, for dehumidifiers at the Hilliard Center. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I can't see if Jeff is there, but I'd like to ask kind of an understanding of, there is some mention of trying to capture the condensate from the HVAC system. And first it wasn't the HVAC system, it was the dehumidifiers. But then in this, in the agenda memo, it refers it back to the air handlers. So I'm a little confused as to what actual system we're using to try and capture the condensate.
Okay, so Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. So as part of this effort, after the chillers were awarded, and you might remember there's been 3 steps that we've taken already on this. So this was a series of urgent mechanical upgrades that we needed to make at the Hilliard Center. At the time OVG came in, this was one of the things that they identified as being an urgent need. The chillers, we were working on one chiller. Our air handlers were, not our air handlers, our cooling towers were very deteriorated, and we were working on one dehumidifier. So the city procured about $3 million worth of equipment. We went out to buy board and we bought the new chillers and we bought the dehumidifiers. This was about $3 million worth of equipment to expedite the installation. So the contract to install the chillers came to City Council. That was the current contractor. And this was a phase 2 part to put in the dehumidifiers. So we actually put this out for bid. We only got one bid, and it was $1.5 million, which exceeded the budget. And we entered in some discussions with this contractor, and they agreed to do it for much less money. So this is just installation of the equipment that we have purchased. Now, Mr. Hernandez brought this up about condensate recycle when we were taking the contract to install the chillers, and we said that would need to be a future effort. And we completed a study. We did an engineering study, and we do believe there is some advantage to doing a project to try and recover as much of the condensate that's produced in not only the arena but the convention center, and try and take it to a central point, take it to a treatment skid, and then use it for makeup water in the cooling towers, because in the cooling towers, you're bringing in hot water, you're blowing air through it to cool it, and it comes in at 90 degrees, it goes out at like 80 degrees. And in the process of heating up the water, you have evaporative losses. It's just a necessary part of it. And modern cooling tower is designed in such a way that you minimize the amount of water that you lose to just spray and that sort of thing, but you're going to have evaporative losses. So we think that it's possible to recover up to 1/3 of that makeup water with a condensate recovery project. So what we're currently contemplating is folding that in, including that in the project where we replace the chillers and the cooling towers at the convention center. So, were you able to follow me on that, Mr. Hernandez?
Okay, I understand that, but where is actually the condensate coming from? And I mean, what is your timeline? I mean, I don't even see a CIP page on trying to do this project. So I mean, are you going to be putting that forward so we can make an amendment to the CIP? What's the status?
Well, so there are currently projects underway to take the Art Museum, the Science and History Museum, and the Harbor Playhouse off of that central cooling plant at the convention center. So we're proposing that you incorporate this into the convention center project. I don't know if that currently has a CIP page, but those others do, and that was the first step, is get those others off of the convention center and then upgrade the convention center system. And we think that would be the appropriate time to do this project. It's going to require some facility mods, and you know, for example, there's 13 air handlers within the arena. as well as these two dehumidifiers. And I think I made an erroneous statement in my agenda memo I want to correct. So I said that you don't get a liquid condensate stream out of the dehumidifiers. You do, because there's some pre-chillers. It goes over chilled water, heat transfer, and it will create some condensation just like your AC at the house. But then it's further dried with this desiccant material that is then regenerated with a hot air stream fired by natural gas. That you won't recover, but there will be liquid water from these units. And then all of the air handlers do create condensate, but it's not worth taking all of that condensate from all of those units. Some of them are too far away. You've got to do too much damage in trying to plumb it back to a central location. But we think there's some subset of these that makes sense to try and capture, and then the best use that the engineer recommended was to use it for makeup water in the cooling towers.
Okay, Jeff, I appreciate all that information. But it doesn't mean anything if we don't have it documented as to when we do this. So, City Manager, if you can, please put this on your list of things to make sure that we have as a plan to capture this condensate. I mean, considering our water situation, we need to make sure we do every effort to try and capture, and this would be a lot of water from these size HVAC units.
Yeah, Councilman, we're working on it. I toured the facility last week so I could get a better understanding of these units, and on site, Jeff and I talked about what he just talked to the council about. And so, and I hear you, we'll put this in the form of a project proposal that'll be brought to council, either in the form of a memo or eventually a CIP amendment page. And so we'll do that. We planned on doing it last week. We know that this water could be used, as Jeff said, for makeup water or for landscaping at the Hilliard Center. We know we did a $3 million landscaping project that needs water, so we're supportive of it. It's just now putting it together, and we'll do that. It's on my list already. Yeah.
Okay, well, we ordered these HVAC systems. We had to pre-order this thing a year in advance. I think it's been over a year. So, I mean, we kind of had the idea that this was coming and to prepare for it, and we're still in the same place. So I know these things are needed, but a little bit. Okay, yeah. Well, let's get the documentation. Let's put it on the plan so we can capture this water.
We can get you a copy of that engineering report that just went final last month, so we can distribute that with a memo to council.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Cantu?
Yeah, I just want to make some comments. We get raped every day on these contracts, like crane service, $166,000, another crane service, $80,000 just to get a crane. We might as well just buy our own crane. Like that is just crazy how the taxpayers get screwed all the time, all these big bills. It amazes me. I mean, it's just crazy. Like, it just blows my mind on prices. I know everybody says, oh, it's cost 5 times more with the city because we're crazy. We don't speak up, and we don't find good local people to do it. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, council member, we put this out for bid.
I know, but there's a lot of small businesses in Corpus Christi that can't even figure out how to bid, all the documentation that you guys need. I mean, just the loopholes just to do a bid. I mean, there's a lot of good small businesses that will help us save taxpayer money. I mean, $166,000 and $80,000 for a crane service, that's crazy.
Well, council member.
Might as well put the Vaseline right here. It's crazy, man. It's a lot of money.
I would argue that we're getting a pretty good deal because we put this out for bid and we received one bid, and that was for $1.87 million. The engineer's estimate was $1.7 million for this work, and this contractor's agreeing to do it for $693,000. So
It's a lot of money. We gotta be getting rid of money. That's a lot of money.
yeah, I mean, to help y'all understand, these things, there's 2 of these units, and they weigh about 25,000 pounds each, and they're about the size of a shipping container, probably a little bigger than that. And they're way up, like a 3-story elevation in the building. And they've got to be installed in there, and there's all sorts of plumbing and electrical supply, gas supply that needs to be attached to this. We've got to modify the building so that we can be able to get them in and then restore the building after you get them in. And so there are going to be cranes out there. They're going to have to be out there for an extended period of time. It's not a simple project.
Mayor, real quick, I wasn't finished.
Go ahead.
Just one last thing. If you get this, if you ask them to do the same work for a small business owner versus the city, I guarantee you it will not be that price. I mean, that's just, they see dollar signs when they mess with the taxpayer money, and I don't agree with it. I think it's highway robbery. We just pay too much money for everything. I mean, that's just crazy to me. But that's my opinion. Nothing against you. I'm just saying that we need to really figure something else out, because just for crane services, I mean, you could buy a used crane for $300,000-$400,000, and might as well just buy one for the city fleet and have it in stock when we need it. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn.
First off, it's not your fault, and we know that. But this has long been a problem for me, too, so I'm glad he brought it up, because I was going to bring it up next year. I think we have to have a review of what we're paying, because I look at what these architects are making. It's ridiculous what some of them are making from this city, and I just do not believe that those are the going rates. I think we are getting raped on a bunch of the things that we do, no fault of yours, but why don't we do a comparison to maybe some of the other cities? What's going on? Are we being overcharged by the services that we're doing? Or is it too hard for other people to apply because of the way we've got it set up? I just think we need to look at it. Will you think about that for the next year?
We can do that, yeah, we'll put together something to bring back.
I know I've given you a lot of work today.
It's no problem. Let us get organized, and we'll tell you when we can bring something.
Sure, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Vaughn, for mentioning about, the contracts that we do, constantly do. One of the things is the architect. Did we, in fact, hire an architect for the city? Don't we have an architect that is overseeing these projects or not?
Yeah, we do, Councilwoman. We have a city, I created the position, and council approved it, and we have a city architect.
That's what I thought.
Right.
Okay, so hopefully the architect is also looking into some of these projects, so, right? I mean.
He's involved in, he works for Jeff, but yeah, he's involved in many of them, most of them, yeah.
Okay, and I just also wanted to just thank again Councilman Hernandez for reminding us about what we have asked for the city every time that we have these types of opportunities to reuse the water, to save water, to, so again, yes, we need to do everything possible that we can do. So I'm glad that he brought that issue up, and hopefully we'll be able to hear more information as this project, continues.
And the engineers indicate that it would be worth it. They're estimating like an 8-year payback on the capital cost.
I believe it would be. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on item number 12. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Hernandez? Mr. Hernandez? No? There he is.
Aye.
Okay. Well, frozen, but we'll take it.
Okay, the motion carries. That's consent. I do want to give a little quick shout out to Flint Hills and OxyChem. They both, and we passed this in the consent, but they both gave a great donation of $10,000, roughly a little over $10,000 each, and that went to our public safety, our fire department, for hazmat sensors and response vehicles. So thank you to them. I know Kara was here. I apologize for not bringing that up sooner, but thank you to our partners in Flint Hills and OxyChem for those donations. Okay, section K is our public hearing, items 21 through 23. Item 21 is a zoning case number ZN 8908, Big Fish Enterprises, LLC.
Okay, I'm sure that PowerPoint's coming up. Good afternoon, council members, mayor. Appreciate being in front of you again today. My name is Andrew Demas, Assistant Director of Development Services over Land Development, having 3 zoning cases on this afternoon's agenda. Beginning with case ZN 8908, Big Fish Enterprises. It is located within District 2 at 645 Everhart Road. This is roughly the portion of Everhart between Alameda and South Staples. The request is from the Single Family 6 District to the CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. As you can see on the map, there have been several zoning cases over the years as properties have converted from former single-family homes to now commercial uses. This is very common on stretches of Airline, Everhart, and Williams. So this is just another example of one of those conversions. It is surrounded on 2 sides by other commercial uses. There is, of course, the row of single-family homes to the rear. The project is consistent with, of course, our comprehensive plan. Moving on to public notifications, of the 27 notices sent out, we received 0 in favor and 0 in opposition. And as I mentioned, through our analysis and recommendation, and of course presenting to the Planning Commission, the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The one amendment would be an update to the future land use map. On the map today, it still shows it as a single-family residential future land use designation. That, of course, will be updated to match the surrounding commercial corridor. The project is consistent with the character of the neighborhood, and as I mentioned, it's that style of conversion from former single-family residences to now commercial businesses. With that, Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of the rezoning, and I'm happy to address any questions.
I don't have an
Councilwoman?
issue. I don't have an issue with it, so I move for approval.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's see here. Yeah, we need to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 21? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing, and please submit your vote.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez? Mr. Hernandez? Oh, there you are. Okay, you said aye, right? Okay.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, and Mr. Scott, for the record, also voted aye.
Item number 22, zoning case number ZN 8874, Pasadena Land Holdings.
Okay, for the record again, Andrew Demas with Development Services. Our second case of the afternoon, again, is Pasadena Land Holdings, case ZN 8874. The request is located in District 4 from the FR Farm Rural District to the RS 4.5 Single Family District. It is located on Wooldridge. This is just south of the intersection of Wooldridge and Ennis Jocelyn. As mentioned, the surrounding land uses is either vacant, as this is a portion, one of the last remaining portions of FR zoning in that part of the city. Adjacent to it is zoning that is similar of also the RS 4.5 district, so it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map moving forward. Of the 66 notices mailed out, we received 2 in opposition, which is roughly 1.86%. The opposition focused more on increased traffic and drainage, which are common comments that we receive on many zoning cases. Based on our analysis and recommendation presented to the Planning Commission, as mentioned, the case is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is consistent with the future land use map. It is consistent with the area development plan. It is extending an existing neighborhood that is located to the east and to the south. So Planning Commission, along with staff, are recommending approval of the rezoning. Happy to address any questions.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Were both of those opposition letters the same? Because I only saw the one in the packet.
Yes, they were duplicates, I believe, was a husband and wife, but we do count them as two, just to make sure that the public gets their voice heard.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. And then that area, could you explain just for the record how that change in density is from the surrounding neighborhood that is adjacent on both sides of this property? How that contrasts from what this planned development is?
It will ironically be exactly the same density of roughly 9 units per acre for the adjacent neighborhood that is RS 4.5 will be reflected on this subdivision as well. They have submitted their first preliminary plat along with a phase 1, which is identifying 56 single-family homes as part of phase 1. The biggest thing they'll have to work on is number of access points, since the fire code says once you reach 100 units, you have to have 2 roads at access. So that's why they're starting roughly about half that requirement. 2 is drainage. That is one of the ditches you can see on the lower right-hand side of the map. To access that ditch, they have to cross through an intermediary property, which means more than likely you will have a detention pond or some means of holding water on site before it discharges. That takes up real estate, which drops the number of units.
But
it will be the same density.
But it should be the same density.
It will be exactly the same density.
Okay. And do you foresee there being an issue with those, with the entrance exit routes, addressing the concerns that we received back in opposition?
As moving to phase 2, the developer will have to show how those additional points of access, so long as they stay under roughly about 100 units, they're only required to have 1 point of access. But as they progress in size, that is where you will see development of additional roads, which will alleviate the traffic concerns and allow circulation.
Do you know if they've made contact with any of these, of the letters in opposition?
We do forward oppositional letters to the developers, so they have the ability to reach out. We didn't hear confirmation if they did indeed pursue reaching out to those 2 opposition members.
And so this is just the first reading. We'll come back.
Correct, and this is primarily for their first phase of 56 units.
Okay. If we were to pass this today, could we have them come back at the second reading and report that they've addressed some of those concerns with the
Absolutely.
area? That would be ideal, because I understand that it's still only in phase 1, but if the density is equal to what's in the surrounding area, I think it's fair to show 100+ homes. That is a lot in that area, and so for them to be able to communicate how they plan to handle those hurdles.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
I'm in favor of this. I just, on the same note, though, can you tell me at this site, did you use I call them the yard sign version of notices?
These are the newly approved, larger 8-square-foot signs.
You did. I don't know if this is too much to ask, but when you do your PowerPoint presentation, can you do us a favor and just take a snapshot of the sign?
Sure.
I've got a lot of people, whether it's this project or other projects, that say, I didn't see any signs. And so I just think it would be great, and it would be just proactive on our part if you could take a snapshot of that. That'd be
Not a
awesome.
problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 22? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the item. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Hernandez?
Are you there?
Yes,
Aye.
Can we see him? Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 23 is zoning case number ZN 8741, Crimean Troy Lewis LVG Trust.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Mr. Demas, would you like to just tell us
Sure.
a short briefing of what?
The short version is,
Yeah.
it is a planned unit development. It is consistent with our area development plans, future land use map, and the comprehensive plan for 11 townhouses over 3 phases. There will be also community amenities of boat slips, a deck, a dock, a pool, and I believe pickleball courts. So it is ideal what we see in planned unit developments, especially on the smaller scale.
Okay.
We recommend approval.
Wonderful. We'll open public hearing now. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 23? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Mayor, we didn't hear the second. Who seconded Ms. Paxton's motion?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Campos. Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Aye.
Who was absent? Oh, right. Okay. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Next is section L, and that is.
For the record,
reset-
Mr. Roy is here, so he wants his vote to, will reflect that his vote, he voted aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Section L is recess to the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation meeting, item number 24. So at this time, we will recess the council meeting to hold the CCHFC meeting, and Councilman Roy will preside. Swap.
Ready?
This meeting of the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation is called to order. Mrs. Werter, would you please call the roll?
President Everett Roy,
Present.
Vice President Roland Barrera,
Here.
Councilmember Sylvia Campos, Eric Cantu, Paulette Guajardo, Gil Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez?
Here.
Okay. Kaylin Paxson? Here. Mark Scott? Here. Carolyn Vaughn? Here. Okay, we have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. Would anybody like to make public comment regarding the Housing Finance Corporation? Mrs. Werter, have you received any public comment?
No written comment, sir.
Okay. With that, I'd like to move on. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing that there are none.
For approval.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. The motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a resolution amending the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation list of authorized representatives for the Texas Local Government Investment Pool transactions and authorizing execution of related documents by the President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sergio Villasan, Director of Finance and Procurement. This is a housekeeping item. This item is for a resolution for TexPool to update the authorized signers. TexPool does require a resolution approved by the Housing Finance Corp. TexPool is a local government investment pool that the investment officers use to invest the funds of the Housing Finance Corp. The changes we're making is we're adding the Assistant Finance Director, the city's controller, as well as updating the city treasurer's name. And yeah, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions? Seeing that there are none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Hernandez?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries. Next, we have a resolution concerning the sale of Costa Tarragona and Costa Tarragona 2 apartments at 2240 and 3302 North Powder Island.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Buxton, Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Development. With me today is John Bell. We're going to talk about the Costa Tarragona 1 and 2 sale. This is the property that we're looking at North PID and 37. Costa Tarragona 1 is at 2240 NPID. Costa Tarragona 2 is at 3302. And you can see the breakdown there. The first part of the property has 250 units, and the second part of the property has 96. Costa Tarragona 1 and 2 are both low-income housing tax credit projects, 346 units. Costa Tarragona 1 was placed in service in 2008. Costa Tarragona 2 was placed in service in 2012. Because they're low-income housing tax credit projects and they have reached an age, the tax credit investor is exiting the deal. This is common at the end of the tax credit benefit period. However, the extended use period continues. So Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation also issued $10.8 million in multifamily revenue bonds for Costa Tarragona 1. And the Housing Finance Corporation granted ground leases to both properties, which granted property tax exemptions. In addition to that, the City of Corpus Christi made home investment partnership loans. For Costa Tarragona 1, there was a total in loans of $550,000, and Costa Tarragona 2, almost $778,000. So the sale timeline, this isn't the first time we've been talking about this. We've been working on this sale since July 2024. Again, Costa Tarragona 1 came online in 2008. Costa Tarragona 2 came online in 2012. The special limited partner triggered the sale in July of 24. We came to the Housing Finance Corporation Board to set some terms of future participation in January of this year. And then we assigned ground leases and approved the letter of intent in July of this year. We're here today to approve continued participation based on the previously set terms, amend the ground leases, and authorize the prepayment of the bonds. And John Beller's going to talk about those options, or those items. Anticipated closing based on TDHCA approval will be December 29th, with the payment of the multifamily revenue bonds being January 2nd. The affordability will continue. There's an additional 15 years extended use period for low-income housing tax credits. There are, in Costa Tarragona 1 and Costa Tarragona 2, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. You can see the breakdown there. Who we're serving is persons at or below, households at or below 60% AMI. A household of 4, that's going to be $49,620 per year. If they rent a 3-bedroom, their rent plus tenant paid utilities will be $1,290. You can see the breakout for the 1, 2, and 3. All property units are at 60% and below area median income. The fiscal impact to the Housing Finance Corporation, the sales price was purchase price is $17.1 million. We're making $80,000 worth of credit, so we can sell it as is. That's less than 1% of the sales price. The buyer's Costa Tarragona Apartments LLC, it's HKSK Corp and related entities. Approximately $1.2 million in cash minus closing costs should come to the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation. They're still putting together the closing statement, so we'll see what happens there. And then as we participate in the future deal as the general partner and issue the ground lease, there'll be an annual payment to the Housing Finance Corporation of 15% of the property tax payment, increasing by 2% annually. It's estimated to be about $400,000 over the course of the 10 years. And then we'll receive 2% of future sales proceeds. Not impacting the Housing Finance Corporation, but in terms of a repayment to the city home loans. The city home loans, the loan payoffs there will be over $2 million. And then John's going to cover the resolutions for consideration.
Good afternoon, John Bell with the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation that I've had the privilege of working with since it was formed in 1979, which I was a very young lawyer at the city of Corpus Christi at that time. But I have a bit of a history with this project, and it's good that it's coming to resolution because of the extra 15 years of affordability at 60% AMI. It's not a marketable project to live on its own without some incentive, and so we're doing the first resolution is authorizing our participation with the purchaser in order to maintain the property tax exemption in the way it's been maintained in the past. But unlike some of the deals that have, blew up the whole market a few years ago, this is 100% of the units are limited to 60% or below area median income, in contrast to other units which would have their affordability was limited to 110% of AMI for half of the project, and the rest of the project was market rate, which is not really that affordable. But it only cash flows with some continued participation. And so the first resolution under 6A is for, we formed a new entity similar to what was formed for 1 and 2, called the CCHFC Costa Tarragona Apartments LLC, which this entity, the Corpus Christi Housing and Finance Corporation, is the sole member and controller of that entity that insulates you from any liabilities related to the project, as we've done in the past and is done all around the country, quite frankly. But it's our way of exercising the control required, but nevertheless insulating the Housing Finance Corporation from any liabilities associated with this apartment complex. And we outlined the terms of the participation. We will get a payment in lieu of taxes to the city at a percentage that will go up each year. And then when we terminate this deal, after all the affordability covenants are gone, we'll get an exit fee based on resale as a market project. We're also, this was done as 2 different projects with 2 different ground leases. We're combining it finally into 1 ground lease with 1 project, just Costa Tarragona. And so the second element to this resolution is approving an amended restated ground lease. The ground lease went to, gosh, I was 2095 or so, a long time. Lenders always want a real long ground lease, longer than the term of the mortgage loan and everything, just to make sure it's there. As a practical matter, this thing is going to unwind not too long after the affordability covenants all worn out. Then it'll be a market rate project, and I'm assuming those of you who will be here at the time will finally launch it off into the market rate world, and it'll go its own peaceful way. But this gets us for the next 15, 16 years to get through the remaining affordability covenants. But that's the first resolution. The second resolution, and this is the structure of the buyer entity. The Costa Tarragona Apartments LLC is a new limited liability company, and it's a family in New York and Florida that has a lot of low-income tax credit properties around the country. They were provided the best bid when we put this on the market and came in, and so they're the ones that are the real players in interest, providing all the capital. The CCHFC Costa Tarragona Apartments LLC is the one entity there on the third one from the left that will be the general partner as part of this. And the HFC, this body, is the 100% sole member of that. But they have some other investor limited partners as well. Now, the second resolution, 6B, pertains to Costa Tarragona 1. In order to make that deal work initially, we also issued multifamily revenue bonds that have another 10 years on them, but they're secured by a mortgage in the property. The buyer is getting commercial market financing, and so there won't be any bonds or anything associated with this new transaction. But we will be paying the bonds off early. Since they're being paid in advance, we have to set up an escrow agreement with the trustee where the proceeds from the sale will go to the trustee and used to pay off the bonds. But this is not a short sale in any respect. There'll be money left over coming to the HFC of a little over $1 million at the end of the day, and all the bonds will be paid off in full. And Mr. Clay Bedford at McCall Parks Kirsten Horton is the bond attorney taking care of all this. And this is his resolution, by the way, since he's kind of doing this because it's not a new bond issue. I told him he could stay home and we'd cover it here today since we're just paying off the bonds. But Clay's a great guy. I'm sure you all have met him before. If you have any questions, though, I'd be happy to answer them. But otherwise, we'd need your approval of these 2 resolutions. And then I'd like to visit with Mr. Roy sometimes before we leave before the building, because I'd love your autograph.
Thank you. Okay, seeing that there are no questions, I'd like to entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Hernandez?
Begrudgingly, aye.
And that's for 6A and B. That vote was for both.
Yes, and just real quick, if we can ask Jennifer to give us the updated list on all the projects that are similar to this, the low-income housing projects that the city is involved in.
Yes, sir, this is Jennifer. I have not forgotten that request. We're working through it. There turned out to be over 3,000 charitable properties on the Nueces County list with exemptions. I'm through the Gs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The
And
motion
then
carries.
Mr. Hernandez had voted aye on that, on
That's
6A
it,
and B.
twice?
Yes, we did it, but it's all good.
All right. Seeing that there's no other business, this meeting's adjourned.
Aye.
Again? Oh, did I? Okay. It's 1:33, so the council is going to go into executive session on items 28 through 30 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087, and we will return shortly. we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting, and we left off at section N, individual consideration items, numbers 25 and 26. Item number 25 is a resolution authorizing tax agreements with the City of San Antonio, Texas via the City Public Service Board for the Barney Davis and Nueces Bay Power Plant properties. Is someone presenting on this, Peter?
Well, we have the legal department as a representative, but this one here, we worked with city, I'll do the talking while staff's coming in, but as Sergio had, this one we presented to city council recently in executive session.
Right.
And so as we know, CPS Energy, which is a power company in San Antonio, bought the two power plants that are in our region, the Barney Davis and the Nueces Bay power plants. CPS Energy is basically a non-for-profit entity, so that they're tax exempt. So upon the closing of the properties, which I think was in this tax year, they could have paid the city $0 because they don't have to pay property tax. Rudy Garza, the CEO from CPS Energy, has had numerous conversations with myself, the mayor. I'm not sure about other council members, but put together a 3-year, Councilman Hernandez put a 3-year step-down payment plan in place, recognizing that the city can benefit from those tax revenues. And so kind of instead of a cold turkey $0, a step down of 100%, 75, 50, 25%. I recommend we accept that deal from CPS, they're being a good neighbor by doing that, because they could just pay us $0.
Right.
So it's on the council's agenda today for consideration, because CPS would like to get some conclusion on it so they can respond by the end of this year.
I make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 25? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 26 is a resolution authorizing execution of an interlocal cooperation agreement with Nueces County for property assessment and collection for Whitecap Public Improvement District Number 1.
Thank you, Mayor. This item here is a contract with the Nueces County, specifically for the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector Services for assistance with billing and collecting of the Whitecap PID Special Assessment. The tax assessor's office does have the resources and experience on collecting special assessments, and it would be beneficial also to the Whitecap residents, where they would receive one bill, their property tax bill, plus the Whitecap PID special assessment will be on that bill as well. Staff recommends approval, and I'll stand by for any questions.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. Would anyone in the public like to make a comment on item number 26? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I just want to mention that this was part of our policy discussion and making sure that this was collected through the taxes as opposed to having them collected separately. I think this is in line with our own policy, so totally, this is how I envisioned it.
Yes, sir.
All righty, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 27 is a 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan presentation by the Corpus Christi Metropolitan Planning Organization. Be right back.
Suddenly, he's interested.
It is, good afternoon, Mayor stepped out, council members. I'm Robert McDonald, the director of the Corpus Christi Metropolitan Planning Organization. I have props I'll talk about in a little bit. So if you wanted to guess, These are $1 million bills representing $1 billion. So bottom line, I'll talk about in a little bit later, the mayor gets one vote at the MPO to allocate transportation dollars worth about $1 billion. So that's the headline. So let me give you the details. So MPOs, if you haven't heard of MPOs, they're a creature of the federal government. The federal government 50, 60 years ago decided they did not want to talk to every city, county, town, district in the country about what their transportation priorities are. So they set us up to weave together all the transportation priorities. So I'm going to ask you all eventually, tell us what your priorities are. So in Texas, there are 25 MPOs. We cover the big cities, the small cities, and everywhere in between. And if it's not covered by an MPO, TxDOT covers it in their planning. So I will get my device. So that's the MPO. Again, you can see all the logos of our partner agencies. Starting at the top, our federal partners, Federal Highways, Federal Transit, TxDOT. So these are the folks that give us eventually about $1 billion to spend on things in this region. So you may have heard of a harbor bridge. Oh yeah. The MPO decided years and years and decades ago that was a priority. So we needed to fund it. TxDOT funded it, got it done. Isn't it nice? Looks great. So the question becomes, now that that's done, what's the next $1 billion project or projects we need to do? So this group on screen, these are the voters. They represent the cities, counties, towns, and TxDOT, Coastal Bend COG. They eventually get to decide how the money gets allocated. So I'm not going to leave this money with you, but eventually we will decide this group. And so as the elected officials.
Here, pardon me, one of the council members has a question, so you're going to have to.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You're right. What's our next big project? And I have your first suggestion. It's our second causeway to Padre Island. That's a huge project. It's emergency management. It's got a lot of support. So that would be the top of your list.
It's on the list. TxDOT's studying it as we speak.
Fabulous. That's the best news yet. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez also has a question. Okay, so.
Hi, council member.
You know what I'm going to say, right?
Yes.
How much?
What is it?
You've got a new project.
The Regional Parkway, right?
Right.
It's all
same
thing,
crossing.
right?
We keep changing the name of this project. People are going to not get it, but Second Crossing Regional Parkway, yes, project being studied. TxDOT's been at it a year. They've got all our information from our forecasting models. They're going after it.
Okay, the Regional Parkway also included a section that traversed Oso Creek at Rodfield. So is that part of that? I'm assuming it's part of the Regional Parkway.
Yeah, so once upon a time when we first talked about the extension of Rodfield Road across the Oso down to what was then Regional Parkway of vintage 2017, that segment is an option to connect because you can't just have Regional Parkway go from the island to 37. Doesn't connect to Southside and some other places.
In this case, it would be connecting to 286, only sections A and B that actually get done. But.
So we're gonna erase A and B sections, and TxDOT's doing a whole new study. And so they have the former study, but they're doing a new study. They have different alignments that they're studying. Part of it does have connections up into the south side of the city. But I won't talk on behalf of TxDOT except that they're leading that effort. It's been a while since they've had a public meeting, but I would expect soon they will bring it back. They have a website. You can go to our website. So if I don't say 10 times, go to the MPO website. You can find all these projects. And you have links to like TxDOT studying not only Regional Parkway, but State Highways 361 on the island.
Okay, so this stemmed from the funding that was provided that Todd Hunter was able to secure for us for the study on the Regional Parkway. And we had that meeting over at the
event center?
Event center, I forget what it's called.
That was about a year ago.
Yeah, it's the one there on SPID.
Yes.
The mansions or something like that. Mm-hmm. La Manchon or something. And there was some discussions about the different types of routes that were going through there. And we all submitted information via website on the recommendations or input. Did that Is that what you're referring to that's come out? Did the tech shop publish that?
They have not published that. So all the information from that public meeting about a year ago, that's on the website. Link should be on our MPO website.
Okay, but they haven't gotten a result or?
No results, no.
And they're still doing the environmental study?
Nope, they are doing the environmental clearance as part of the current step. So they have the money to do the environmental clearance and preliminary design, period. The funding for that could be from this stack and the MPO and other sources I'll tell you about in a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Boyd.
Sir, I just have some basic questions.
Sure.
How large is your staff here locally? And then do you have like the majority of the MPO, are they out of, I mean, is your headquarters or whatever you want to call it in Austin? Maybe you can I'm just curious on how you're structured.
It was going to be my next slide, but.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder then.
Oh, that's okay. So the MPO, we have 6 staff positions, and we're 100% federally funded. So we are here.
And you office in the
RTA building, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we're, 3rd floor of the RTA building, and so we're here. We don't have another headquarters. This is the only headquarters. So other MPOs, they're all over the state, big cities, small cities, other regions. TxDOT has their headquarters in Austin.
But there's not one big MPO that you feed into?
No, there's not. There are 440 MPOs in the U.S., 25 in Texas. We have associations, but we are all independent. We decide how to spend our money, and other folks like Dallas, they get into the multi-billions, and Houston get into the multi-billions of dollars. But again, the MPO there, same function here. Find out the need, find out the way to fund all the needs, as many as you can, and then go ask more money from federal government, state government, or local. And so we are a small staff, but we interact with all those agencies, the acronyms and the logos that I just showed you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I'll continue on.
Okay.
So we're not the only folks, as I said, we interact with your staff. So we probably interact and pay attention to not only your agenda, but Planning Commission, Park and Rec, anyone that has anything to do with transportation. We look at your agenda to try to document, number one, the need, but number two, things that you've done to put forth some projects. And so I'll talk about one you had on your agenda today. So we use the technical staff from all those agencies as well. They're part of the 3-headed decision-making. The policy side, which is our elected officials, the technical side, which is the group you see on screen, but also the public. We go out and do an extensive public comment discussion with any and everybody. So I've been out to all our local governments. You are the final one of this first round. And this is to document, number one, what are your needs? Come join our process. Eventually, we're going to allocate money. But please go to our website, join our process, because we want to understand the needs from the city of Corpus Christi. So our planning area boundary is a little strange. It's created by U.S. Census. They decide how to do it every 10 years, and it looks like a high water line. It's a jagged line based on population densities based on the U.S. Census. I could spend an hour talking about it, but I won't. Come and talk to me offline if you want to hear about all the details. Your staff knows a little bit about it. But you can imagine a lot of the transportation data, population data comes at the county level. But we have to put our funding is determined by the purple area, and we can spend our money into the yellow area. Again, there are strange little boundaries. It's not all of the city. It's not all of the city of Portland. It's not all of the county. Again, U.S. Census, it's a strange line. But just know that we got to cover it. We have our boundary, and we have to report and update that every couple of years. So here's our plans. We have a 25-year plan. Wow, that's hard for people to digest. You can imagine 25 years, we're all going to be retired, right? So the decisions we're making about 25 years out, we write it down, we publish it, and then we update it. Every 2 to 5 years, we do it all over again. And we have other bite-sized plans, a 10-year plan. I'll show you some of this. But again, the 25-year plan is a 1,000-page document. I'm not going to read any. I'm going to show you the overview of it, but I'm not going to tell you much more about it. So the other one we do is something more realistic, Transportation Improvement Program, 4 years. 4 years, and I'll show you the money, but there's a local commercial that puts up fours, 4, 4, 4, 4. We have about $444 million in our 4-year plan. Do you have any transportation needs that you need? Just asking. That's what we want to start in this process. So the 4-year plan really gets serious. That's when you're going to start seeing barrels and cones and detours, right? Everyone loves those, but it's a necessary evil. But so if you're in our 4-year plan, that's when the projects get real. We also have our work program. As I said, we're a creature of the federal government. Our work program is our scope of services with the federal government. It's about $1 million a year to do all our planning. And that's separate from this $1 billion. We get to decide, or our elected officials get to decide how to spend that. We have our congestion management process, ongoing process. Where's the congestion now? And more importantly, where's it going to be in the future? And finally, what are we going to do about it? There are different strategies to help reduce congestion. We have a whole methodology that we share with your staff, the public, and others. Again, go to our website. You can read that document. It is probably 500-600 pages. So read it at your leisure. There's summaries. So we have executive summaries and other things. And we're happy to come out and talk. Staff, any of you, the public, whenever you want to talk more details, we're happy to do it. So it's a little bit of an eye chart. I know this was in your packet, but if you come to our website, you can zoom in. If you go to the far right, drop down to the bottom, that $444 million, that's the dollars we're talking about in 4 years. On the left side, the column is all those funding categories that we do an estimate with TxDOT and the RTA, and everyone else that has money. This is mostly federal, state money. This is how much money we have. If you look on the far left, the TxDOT 10-year plan is $101 billion. We want to share that. And so there are special categories like Category 12. We can compete statewide for some of that money. Some of the safety money, we can compete statewide. But other categories, we, the MPO, in this very room, decide how to spend some of these categories. Categories 2, 4, 7, 9, 10 CR. Categories don't mean much unless you look at the definition. But no, it's a combination of federal, state money. So this is our 4-year plan. These are where the projects are going to be done sooner than later. If you look closely on the list, you can see one of your projects, I believe you had, let me check it. Yeah, 1, 2, fourth down from the top. It's like an eye chart. So on your agenda today, you had a little extra money going to Northwest Boulevard. That we call 624. TxDOT's doing that project. The county provided some money. You all provided some money. TxDOT says thank you. We say thank you. Make that project better, wonderful. It's in our list, so you're adding money to a project that's about to be bid and built. So we like to see that. Our goal at the MPO is get the projects funded and then find out what's next. So some of the projects, again, go to our website. We carry over projects. So when people were seeing the Harbor Bridge being built, they didn't see it in any of our plans except for what we call a rollover section. So when people see barrels and cones out there, whether it's TxDOT or city or county, they should come to our website. We show every project, whether it's funded by anybody. So we also put in the RTA. So RTA funding on the bottom of this slide, all their funding, this is just one snippet. This is one fiscal year. So all the money they have for their buses and programs, and guess what they just got? They got a $50 million maintenance facility. Congratulations. That's going to be put into our plans in the next couple months. So we talk about the 10-year plan. TxDOT does something called UTP, Unified Transportation Program. We say, what are the 10 years worth of projects? On this list, you will also see 624. So it's not only on the 10-year, it's on the 4-year. So Northwest Boulevard is going to get built. And so we show all the projects TxDOT is leading. We try to link those projects on our website, and everyone can go look at it, see the details. Again, the MPO won't speak on behalf of our member governments. We will direct you to their project websites, and you can get all the up-to-date information on those sites. So, as I said, we look at your agendas, we look at your budgets, we look at your capital programs. Thank you for developing all those. We take them into our process. So things that you do, your roadway master plan, $1.5 billion over 10 years of what you all say that you need for growth and development. We say thank you. We'll put it in our list as a need. If you say it's funded, we'll say Congratulations, it's funded. We don't question that. So all those projects come into our plan. If you fund it, we say it's funded. So you also have your bond program. We follow all your bond programs every year going back. So we put it on our list. So any of the residents come to our website, they can see not only what you do, but what TxDOT and the counties and RTA and even the port, what are they doing? And so we list everything. Interesting to note here, you've only got small amounts of money through our process. A couple of hike and bike trails and pedestrian crossings. That's it. So we'll ask you and your staff, please tell us if there are other projects you want to get into our process. As I said, we also look at the port. Now the port, obviously everything they do on their port property in the channel, again, they had a $1 billion project deepening, widen the channel. Congratulations, they got federal funds for it. Comes into our planning process. So the federal government can check off the box. Are you in the regional plan? Everyone said that's a priority. Great, here comes the federal money. So not only do they need inside the port, they need to connect to the outside world. They have the water covered, but they also have to connect to the highways, state highway system, local roadways. They have to connect to the Class 1 railroads. There's 3 Class 1 railroads operating in this region. We talk to the railroads, we talk to the port, we say, what do you need to connect there? So we take what they're studying and we build it into our plans, and they can apply for our money as well. So a couple of projects, this is one that affects y'all, the city, because it crosses city land. So near downtown, they're going to connect, into the port facility. And that's going to go through a neighborhood where the Harbor Bridge is and where you're all building some parks and trails. So that's a project also came through, part of that through the MPO. This one from the port is a big one. A rail facility, inland port, houses 2,000 rail cars grab you as an impact to this part of the city and region. So we track it. The port does all the analysis. We say thank you. If you get it funded, it comes into the funded side of our plan. Everyone knows what's going on. But then we say, how do we connect up all this railroad to all the commodities to be shipped out of it? So, as I said, we update this often, no later than 5 years. So we're asking everyone to come into our process. Tell us what you're thinking, what is the need, and it's anything from transit. We've had people talk about the airport. So, they want more air service. And so anything transportation, we welcome that discussion. We'll bring it into our discussion and eventually prioritize all those needs in one place. I told you about the 1,000 pages. This is just a snippet. On our website, you can go click on all these chapters, all these different appendices, and you can read all about our safety plan, which I'm going to talk about in just a minute. We also have an active transportation plan, which is where all the bike facilities need to be. How about pedestrian crossings? You have any needs? Of course, we hear from your staff there are needs. So we want to get all that need into our plan and then eventually try to get it all funded. But we don't start from zero. So if you look at what we've done just a couple of years ago, we're going to build off of this and move forward to the next 5 years out. So one of the more curious things that we do as MPOs, we do a forecast of population and employment. This comes from the state demographer, and they do every MPO, cities, counties, they inform the Water Development Board of what is the population of your region going to be, and they do it by county. So we take their number, we bring it into our process, and then we suballocate the population and employment, because you can imagine where people work and where they live, connecting them and the businesses, that's a transportation need. That's what we want to try to quantify. So we look at this growth and we don't challenge it, but the state demographer, they present it twice to our MPO board to say, here's our process. We update it. If you have any information, please tell us, and we're happy to incorporate that into their projections. More than just the numbers, we map out. And so for the public and for our partner agencies, we show where the growth is going. So this one is from the Census 2020. We literally located every house and every business that was built in a 4-year time period. Probably not surprising to y'all, we're growing out. And so we're going to the south side, London, we're doing the west side, but we're also growing up in Portland. We're growing in San Patricio County. So we are going to allocate where we think that population growth out to 2050, they're going to live and work. So that takes a long process. We have a task force that includes EDC, chambers of commerce, local governments, any school districts. So anyone that has an idea of how they're planning for growth, whether they're building schools or they're building roads or development, we also have all your development plans. So if you approved a development plan at any time, we've brought that into our process. So you've got more development plans than we've got people. And so as people fill those development plans, there's going to be a transportation demand. So we talk to our RTA partners, please think about providing service to those areas. Do we need anything else? Do we need roadways there? Do we need safety projects there? So any and all of that comes from this development. So let me shift gears on you. One of the big things that we have and you all have is safety. Safety is number one for TxDOT, for most of our cities, counties, and towns. You all approved a resolution talking about Vision Zero. So Vision Zero is to get to 0 fatalities by 2050. TxDOT calls it the road to zero, same concept. The county also supports Vision Zero. So the MPO, what do we do about it? We created a safety task force. We developed this 1,000-page document. This is our safety action plan. Number one, we analyzed the 5 years worth of data. On our website, you can go to this dashboard right now. It covers 5 years, 17 to 21. We're about to launch in the next couple of weeks the updated version of this. This comes from the state CRIS database. So we had an engineering consultant analyze the 75,000 crashes, fatalities, serious injury, and came up with the trends. It's a horrible number to report, but for the city, in the 5 years, 322 people died on roadways in our region, in the city. So that's a huge number. We're on pace to do 40, 45 fatalities a year. As I said, to get to Vision Zero, we need to get rid of those 40 to 45. Over a 25-year period, if you implement projects, which this plan talks about, and I'll show you, if we save 2 lives a year over 25 years, we'll get to zero. Can I guarantee that? Heck no. We're talking about human behavior. But the goal is to try to reduce where we can of those locations we know there are issues. So in our plan, we documented the top 32 locations that can be improved by putting some design features in. I'll leave it at that. They're called proven countermeasures, but how about just design features? So we have a list on our website for this document, all 32 locations. Some of which are really small, change the signal timing. Again, we've given this document, and your city staff was part of the development of this safety action plan. So they have a few projects that are being implemented. TxDOT has a few. One of the ones that you have is at McCardle and Staples. $400,000 project, that's number 21 on the list. That's being done by the city, so thank you. We've got that project covered. Check, we get that. We want to do another project. Some of the other projects that TxDOT's doing, Rodfield Road, from SBID down to Saratoga. There's a $20 million project TxDOT's studying right now to implement safety improvements, lighting, medians, whatever is going to be the final solution, that's on our list too. That's about a $20 to $25 million project. We want to implement all these projects. And we think once implemented, it will save lives. And not just a list, we have $40 million at the MPO to implement these projects. So as city staff and TxDOT are looking to implement these, they're looking at the consultant report, the engineering analysis. The city staff will decide on their own if these projects are worth moving forward. If you do, please come ask for funding, because we have literally $40 million set aside for safety improvements. I'm not going to go through all the lists. You can go to our website. We are about to update this plan by doing something called a safe system plan. It's taken this to the next level. The next 5 years of data, analyze all the crashes. Why are they crashes? Are they signal timing? Are they design? Are they human behavior? So you can imagine we have a whole slate of intersections that are coming forward. I leave my contact information. As I said, happy to talk to you today, answer questions, meet with you offline, send me an email, call me. We want to gauge first, what are your needs? And we're going to do that over the next 6, 8 months. Then we're going to develop the plan, and eventually we're going to fund as many projects as we can. I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you, Rob. Carolyn Vaughn.
Well, clearly, they have some money, and we should clearly start trying to get some projects to them, especially our districts. Everett, there's lots of parks out in District 1. Goose, just saying, lots of parks, they do amenities. But my other question was this, the main question. The county, FM 624 to County Road 7, that has been, they told us that back in 2014. It's been 11 years. So when are they really going to do it?
I think they're getting ready to bid it. They just asked for and got your money, and I know they got Nueces County money.
Yeah, about 4 years ago, they did the same thing. We had a big opening out there, and we went, and they said they were getting ready to bid it. Nothing, nada. And now we're just backed up with traffic. It's terrible. It just makes more sense that they do it when it wasn't busy. They just let it gradually get bigger and bigger. So you have any idea, though, is it this year, next year, 10 years down the road? Nothing.
Within less than 4 years, because that's when they have their money. So, yeah, I can't answer for TxDOT, but I know they're looking to move it as fast as they can.
Okay.
Money's there. They just need to finish design and get it done.
Boy, that's got to be a really good design, because they've been designing it for a lot of years. I'm just saying, it's not your fault, but it's really frustrating for the people out there. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. So somebody needs to distract them, and let's make a run for the money. It's hard to talk to. Just, you got the eye candy, definitely. I have a couple of questions. Number one, I'm looking at your website. I didn't realize that you have this huge, not you, that there's this huge interchange being designed and developed or built in Gregory?
Yeah, the Gregory interchange.
Oh, my word.
Help industry.
Wow, you guys should go on the website. I mean, it's impressive. All right, so when you say you, and I should know all this, by the way, it's been a while, apologize. Sam Rankin,
yep.
Somebody's going to improve that. I didn't realize that that's going to be an 18-wheeler road down to the port, right? Is that what I heard you say, which I should have already heard? And I've been told, I just didn't hear. So if there's this improvement on a street, and we're building parks on the street, which I knew about the parks, but I didn't know about the, are we working with somebody on the street improvement? Is that a port project?
Sam Rankin, yeah, we're also co-funding it.
The Sam Rankin improvement?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I forget if it was, I think it's a little under 5 million, but in our 2024 bond program, we co-funded it so they would be eligible for the award for the TxDOT money.
Got it. Yes. And so I mean, we're doing this all, I'm thinking that somebody's going to improve a big road, street in front of our park. We want to make sure it's all done together. So it is.
Right, that's why we're partners with them. Yeah, Kent Britton approached us a couple of years ago and said, hey, we're eligible to get money, but we need some matching money, and can you participate with us? And we said, absolutely, because it's a leverage match where we bring multi-millions for our lesser investment.
And that's a great way to leverage the federal money.
Right.
Usually the federal money is 20% match. Yeah. And so, but when we talk about, we kind of troll your website looking for projects, we pull down your park master plan. And we say, where are all the new parks going? And we look for school districts, where are all the schools going? So one of our programs is Safe Routes to Schools, or connect parks with sidewalks. We look at the RTA bus stops and say, where don't you have sidewalks connecting some of your bus stops? So we pull all that information, and we synthesize, blend it together, and say, here's the state of transportation. And again, we ask, what's missing? Are we have critical missing links, or do we really want to connect this neighborhood to this park as a priority? Do we want to go along drainage channels? We already have an active transportation plan that did all this. So again, I invite you to, and your staff already has been to our website to see that plan of where the future bike pedestrian facilities ought to be.
Well, I was laughing because I'm at your website, and you got amazing plans, but they have a lot of words in them. You know, there's a lot of paperwork involved. I mean, it's 60, 80 pages, 100 pages.
That's why we come out and talk to you all.
So what I'm looking for is a map, because I'm a third grader. I need you to send me an interactive map I can look at. In all sincerity, if you can steer me to to the locations to look at maps and areas I mentioned?
Yeah, we have a link on our website to our GIS section that shows all the projects.
All right, I'll do that. And then, so the last I heard, the south side, the Parkway project, we had somebody studying 3 different locations, generally speaking, right?
Yeah, 3 or more even, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What, can somebody tell me the timeline on that?
It's a long.
Not today, if you don't know it, and I'm being lazy, or steer me in the right direction.
It's a long lead project. There's a lot of funding has to be identified.
Sure.
A lot of permits have to be acquired.
It is, but the first step is funded to do the environmental clearance, to look at the alignments.
That's the word, alignment.
So,
And so at some
3 or
point.
4 alignments, and TxDOT studying every one of them. And I'll reach out to them, see if they have an update that they can share.
Awesome.
Sometimes at our MPO board meeting, they like to share projects that they're working on. So sounds like time to bring that forward.
I think I would tell you it's a great time to bring that project back. And the 361 passing lanes, additional passing lanes on their way to Port Aransas, right? Isn't that one of the projects?
That's not a funded project. It was on our unfunded list. It's been on there for a number of years, but currently TxDOT is studying 361 from Park Road 22 on the island up to Port A. And so they had, again, about a year ago, they had a public meeting looking at the preliminary ideas.
Yeah.
So what do they do about safety? Is it more lighting? Is it right turn lanes, left turn lanes, a center barrier, widening the road? So all those options they're looking at.
Somebody said that there might even be a stoplight or 2 put in on that.
Those are some of the ideas that were suggested.
Okay. And so if I wanted to go learn more about that, where would I go?
We'll send you the link. TxDOT's got a project page on their website.
I'd appreciate that.
But we try to link it on our MPO so you can come to our website and jump over to theirs. But I can send it back through city staff and get it to y'all.
Thank you for being here. Merry Christmas to you.
My pleasure. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez.
You know, last time I'd seen you, I'd hooked you up with Robert Dodd of our Parks Department.
Yes.
So we can look at getting grants for some trails. Did that ever come to fruition?
We had the meeting, great meeting. And so, again, we borrowed the adopted Park and Rec plan. So we brought all that into our active transportation plan. And so if they have, I haven't met with them in a while, but if we see anything new on their website, happy to talk to them about maybe they've articulated projects that they want to move forward.
Okay, so the whole point was to facilitate some TxDOT grants, right?
Yeah.
For parks. Have those been applied for by the city?
I do not know. The only ones that came through our process, we have a process that you all won $5 million back in 2022. Council action a month or 2 ago, you approved the advanced funding agreement with TxDOT to do those projects, but there's no additional projects that have been put forth. We will later next year, probably about midsummer, do a call for projects for that kind of projects for hike and bike trails and pedestrian projects. And we have a couple $1 million that is up for grabs.
Okay, Peter, this is something that we really need to be proactive on in terms of trying to get funding for these hike and bike trails or for any of these park improvements that we can have that is available through TxDOT or whatever state agency that's available. I just don't think we've done a good job of maximizing those efforts. You know, we've got limited dollars, so we need to try and maximize that. If there's, that was the whole reason of putting him together with Robert, our Parks Director, to try and get that done. If you
Right, I was unaware of that setup, but yeah, I'll follow up with you. I'll follow up with him, with Robert.
Okay.
Okay. I guess Dan McGinn has an update. I was unaware, Councilman. I didn't know that they had met.
Yeah, we're aware of the cycle, the next kind of submittal for projects. So I have been working with Sergio, and Sergio has a really good list going of some candidate projects. And we also have candidate projects from our area development plans from across the city that we'll kind of work through and see what are good scoring category. Like we had the 5 that were approved back in 22. We'll kind of work through that and pick which ones we think will score well with the the staff and the categories that they weight, how they score the project. So.
Do we even know when these grants are available? What the application dates are? I mean,
It's the category 9 funding. So yeah, whenever that.
Summer for the.
We know the timeline.
Yeah, so we haven't put out the timeline, but around next summer for what we call Category 9 hike and bike trail type money, and we have a few $1 million at the MPO. But separately, TxDOT has a separate process. Once we get that call for projects, we send it to all our local governments. And the result of that, city was very successful with the trestle project, right, crossing over. That was a $13 million project you won in that statewide process. It wasn't our MPO process, but TxDOT does a statewide process. As soon as that call for projects
okay,
come
but
out.
that was what planning did, right? You guys did that, right?
Yeah.
The trestle, that not Parks didn't do that. So what I want to get across here is
They work together, Councilman, yeah.
I got you.
Engineering, yeah.
All right, but I mean, the last time we did not apply for a grant because apparently we weren't ready. But now we've done all this work because we put a bond package together for some hike and bike trails.
Right.
We're going to have some, planning. We're going to have the engineering done. We're going to have all that stuff done. We just got to apply for these grants. And I want to make sure that, if we have the resources, let's go ahead and apply for them. I don't want to hear excuses later on. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Robert, first off, I think we don't capitalize on you enough. I know, the relationship that you have with the COG, and Dan is on your technical committee right now. How long have you been on it long?
Since I've been here.
You said 5 years, yeah.
And I think sometimes we don't give a lot of prioritization to that. I'm going to give you a little bit of history lesson and bore everybody so they can take a nap right now or go to the restroom. So in 2006, I chaired the RTA, and I actually served on the board with Port Chairman Ruben Bonilla, a trailblazer. Judge Lloyd Neal, I consider a trailblazer. Henry Garrett, Mayor Henry Garrett, at the time. And I think I might have been Eric's age, so it was a long time ago. I think that was a thing that I think at the time the RTA was using on a lot of that, but that's because of their CEO, Ricardo Sanchez, was very conscientious about that. And I think, Peter, I think that's just some things, and I know if it doesn't have anything to do with water, chances are, it's not necessarily back burner, but it's just our resources are limited. And I think that's a thing that we need to capitalize. And I want to say, not like I'm trying to take any credit of it, but it was those trailblazers that at that time they were talking about the Harbor Bridge, and they worked with Senator Norris's office. And by the way, 624 was also an item that Betty Jean Longoria was, back then, that was a big deal back then. And so, and at that time, of course, and it seems like, unfortunately, we're going back to where it was. It was this, there was sometimes this turf war amongst a lot of the groups with regard to the smaller projects. And I don't think we necessarily have that here, but I think that's the thing. We've got a big challenge of being really big-minded, like the Harbor Bridge, or like, the Parkway, or whatever it is, all those other big projects. And I think there's a lot of times that we're just leaving stuff on the table.
Well, Councilman, just so you know, Dan McGinn and myself attend every MPO meeting.
Yeah.
And as a city manager, I don't have to, but I make sure I'm involved with the MPO. So we actually I go to the meetings, not just show up and wonder what's going on. So Dan and I pre-brief for an hour, 2 hours before the meeting. So we're aware of what's on the docket. We meet with Robert independently of board meetings, so we're engaged in the MPO. We'll take small or big projects.
And I appreciate that. And I think the challenge that we face is that we turn over so quickly.
Yeah, at the council.
And then a lot of times, when you put this into the capital improvement plan that's 8-10 years away, sometimes, our priorities change, and I don't know if there's a way to figure that out. So I wasn't trying to, I wasn't trying to come off on that. I think the challenge is that, I think it's more of a political problem than it is an administrative problem.
Okay, good. I'm misreading it, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. And I think that's what it is that what happens, and like I said, what happens is that you prioritize what we prioritize sometimes, and maybe that's it. So I hope it didn't come off that way.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, but and I don't know what that is. I know we had those challenges back then, and what is it? I just think, because who's the chair right now?
Judge Krebs.
Judge Krebs, yeah. So, and I'm sure, they're looking as to all the development that they have over there in St. Pat County.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you. Appreciated the work all you guys do. It's not appreciated enough.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Talk about trails, pathways, and bike trails and such. We have a an advocator that was here earlier, Sharon Delsus, who I believe, kept asking and kept sending information to Dan McGinn's office about, upcoming trails. I just want to make sure that at least District 2, I know I think it was already on a 10-year plan, I hope, which is the Bronner Parkway. Can you answer that, Dan? Is that still a project that we were going to put, because we already started. We started with the sidewalk plan in a section of Bronner Parkway from Castores, I think, to Carroll Lane. And, it just lends to itself that it should continue that development.
Yeah,
Do you know if that's part of the MPO or?
It's in our area development plan for the Bayside, and so I believe it was captured as part of the active mobility plan that they recently adopted as well.
Okay, I just don't want to miss out on, on the upcoming dates that are coming up, because we don't get that chance very often. And so I just want to make sure, because I didn't see it on here.
I'll verify, but I'm pretty sure we went through in most of those parkways, those kind of drainage systems. We included trail systems within those. Okay. Well,
And again, I think we are missing a lot of funding through the MPO, and I just started attending the COG meetings, and it's totally different than what I guess our needs are compared to what all these other counties need. So I know the message gets lost for us. So I just wanted to make sure that at least the Bronner Parkway gets included. Thank you.
Yeah, just one other quick point. We do scour your area development plans. And anytime you update a plan like the Island Mobility Plan, one of the more recent ones. So you have elements within that we bring into our revised draft active transportation plan to show what you're thinking, what your preference is. So we're trying to capture your need. We'll then get to prioritizing it for funding.
Okay.
But we share far and wide when we do a call for projects.
Okay. And again, I don't know if it's part of your expertise or part of your plan, but I brought this up before about having some kind of alternative way to get from some railway or something. Does it from San Antonio to Corpus Christi? I brought this up before. Is that anywhere in the horizon at all? At all?
It is in the horizon. I sit on a statewide freight committee representing all the MPOs.
Yeah.
So part of that freight advisory committee, we look at any and all the studies. Like Amtrak was until recently studying high-speed rail from Fort Worth to Houston.
I remember.
And so all those corridors TxDOT has, and they have a rail element. So they've got it captured. It's probably on their website somewhere. I can try to locate it, send a link back through city manager and share it with y'all. But we locally don't have passenger rail in our horizon.
I know.
Texas does.
I just don't get it. I just traveled from New Orleans, to Corpus, and the traffic is so bad, and if we had rail, that would offset some of the automobile traffic. So again, we really do need rail. So, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the comments, questions. Rob, thank you so much for being here.
Sorry.
Yes.
I did, just to Councilwoman Vaughn's question on Northwest Boulevard, 624. So I asked Ernie just recently about it as well, and I texted him, so I have the answer. So the project's 100% design. TxDOT is putting it out, or TxDOT is putting it out to bid in January. This January, it'll be out for bid, and then they expect to award the construction contract by March. Yes, so it's coming up finally. Yeah, and I went to those open houses they had as well. It's been a long time, but it's going out to bid January, award construction in March, and construction should start soon thereafter. Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Rob.
Sure.
We appreciate it.
Council, see you soon.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, well, there being no further business, this meeting, oh, it's
Public
not
comment
adjourned.
recess.
We're going to recess. Meeting is in recess until 5:30. Okay, we're going to come back from our recess and start our public comment period. First person up is Susie Saldana.
Mayor, Ms. Saldana asked to be removed from the list. Yeah.
To be removed?
Yes, she won't be.
Isabella Riza. Is Isabella Riza with us? Okay, Adam Rios. Adam Rios, take out your earbuds. You're up. You are up.
Play the Price is Right music. Everybody be really excited. Before I begin, I just want to let everybody know, if you sign up the day before, you get up here quicker. Okay, give me 1 second, because I was literally scribbling all this down before I got up here. Okie dokie. 3 minutes, here we go. I just want to talk about Corpus Christi, and just some things I wrote down about a recent trip I had to Florida and how...
Your name and city, please.
Oh, yes, Adam Rios, Corpus Christi. Want to talk about Corpus. I love that we're a city that moves in color, a city where culture isn't just an accessory, it's a pulse. You can feel it in the murals that bloom on downtown walls, in the hands of our sculptors and painters, in the hum of live music drifting off the bayfront. You can feel it in the way our community shows up, not just to watch art happen, but to make art happen. I'm speaking specifically to Art Walk that just happened this past Friday. While we were in Florida, we were in a beautiful little coastal town, and everywhere I went, you know, when I introduced, my wife and I would introduce, oh, we're from Corpus Christi, they would actually genuinely smile, and they would talk about our beaches and the food and the surf, and I guess sharing that kind of coastal community. Of course, we talked about the skate scene, because I got to go to every skate park in every city that I visit, and but we did talk about our arts community and how it's really gaining momentum. And it reminds me that sometimes you have to step away from home to kind of see how brightly the light can shine on it from other people's perspective. I got a real big truth bomb when I went to the Visit Corpus Christi Gala recently, and you could really see how the cultural spirit was on display. I wanted to thank them, take a moment to thank them, and anybody involved for acknowledging my wife and her dedication to the arts. Not just the art that you hang on the wall, but specifically the art that you place into the hands of children in the next generation. The kind of art that lifts communities, that reaches neighborhoods that are sometimes too often overlooked. Her work with the Texas Women for the Arts especially has always been rooted in the belief that culture shouldn't be reserved for just a few. And I love that she made that point when she was giving her speech, that it should be accessible to every corner of Corpus Christi. No matter what your socioeconomic level is, everybody deserves the same chance to create and imagine and express. And that's the spirit that's going to shape the next generation of this city. I also want to take a moment to say, with the season coming up, with the Christmas season, to please, anybody listening, support local. Support the small businesses, the makers, the chefs, the musicians, the crafters, the creators who carry the identity of Corpus into every product, every stage, and every storefront, if we're lucky to get our stuff into that storefront. And please also, this Christmas season, support local nonprofits. They are the quiet engines of compassion in this city. They do so much work that goes unseen, but it certainly never goes unfelt. I was going to talk about X Games, but I bore you all to death with that. I just wanted to say that our city might not be growing at a pace that suits everyone, but our culture is rising, and I think that together we can make a place where all these different things can really come together in a community and move everybody in the right direction. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Charles Giffen.
Good evening. I'm Chuck Giffen with Texas State Roofing. I live down the street at 901 South Staples. I'm not prepared to talk, and it's the exact opposite of what Adam had to say, I'm sure. The situation's not getting fixed. I had a lot of help from the city manager, but I don't think y'all know what's going on down the street. The other morning, there was a new lady that moved to Corpus with her kids, and she's been going to the bus station, at the bus stop, which is at my office, at my request. And there's a guy out there with a knife, and other children out there in the schools. And we have to call 911. That's not untypical. I don't think you would have your child dropped off on the 900 block of Staples at 8 o'clock in the morning and have people out there, homeless people, they're always out there. It's horrible. And I don't know what to do about it. They vandalize my building. They take shits on my front sidewalk. They do horrible things. They run around like, it's insane. The Station Church needs to be relocated somewhere else. I don't know if y'all have anything to say about it. Ed Rochelle's property across the street from me is in violation of the code ordinances right now. The grass is over 12 inches, and it's over the sidewalks. It's horrible. The house across the street next door to that is a problem. Code enforcement's not doing their job. I don't know how to deal with the homeless people. Y'all obviously don't know what to do with the homeless people, but something's got to be done. Send them to Palm Beach or somewhere. I don't care, but this cannot continue to go on. There are children's lives at stake. My property is at stake. I've asked y'all to come out to meet with me before, and you just stood me up. I need people to know what's going on in the neighborhood, and I need someone to address it and try to fix it. Code enforcement's a major part of it. And code enforcement doesn't exist in this town. They came to my office and fined me $7,000, and I had to spend $1,000 in attorney's fees, so you only have to pay $500. And it was someone that was playing a joke on me. It was not fun. It's stupid. It's insane. But if you care about this city, they care about it. We're not going to need any water if we don't have any decent people to live here. Let's get this code enforcement. It's been ignored for years and years and years and years and years. Someone actually walked into my office after I found this out. When Chuck Anastos was the architect there, sat in the conference room while he was there with Mr. Gates and took a shit in the chair.
Sir,
so we've got to do something about this problem. I'm not using.
We can't
Objection,
use, I know, but we can't use that, can't use that language. Well, I understand that, but maybe we use a different word. That'd probably be better, yes.
I think I've probably said enough, and I don't know what y'all are going to do about it, probably nothing. But I wish you would. I spent the entire weekend down at the marina trying to do something for the community. And then I come back to that on Monday morning where there's kids out there whose lives are at stake. And I don't know that you care, but thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Giffen. Okay, but can you, Peter's making a list of, we need to get somebody. Thank you. Nicole Solis?
Hello, my name is Nicole Solis. I'm originally from Houston, Texas, and I live here in Corpus Christi. I've lived here most of my life. My father's family's from here. I work also for Texas State Roofing Company, and I help run the office, communication. I go to local church. I have my whole life, so I'm very involved in ministry locally. I agree with local supports local for all occasions, and I love Corpus Christi. I've had lots of friends leave, and I agree with going to school and helping thrive, but I agree with also coming back to where you're born and helping here and helping Corpus and building it up and thriving, especially with education. But like I said, I've been part of a lot of different ministries and going to work to help support my family. I work uptown on Staples and I work downtown in the marina as well. It's just not safe. And Mr. Giffen has a big heart, and he's my boss, and I love the fact that he moved those kids, and he moved that bus stop in front of our location. He built flower boxes so they can have a safe place to sit, and when the weather's bad, or it's cold, or there's someone out there harassing, which is usually every week, I let them know that they're allowed to come in our foyer, and they're allowed to sit, because I want them to have a safe place to wait for the bus, because I don't want them to quit school, because that's kind of where a lot of kids drop off, is middle school and the beginning of high school. And it's just a lot of circumstances, but I don't want them not having a safe place just to sit. And Mr. Giffen and I usually there by ourselves, and we have project managers, et cetera, in and out going to job sites, but we're there, I make sure the door's locked. But every morning when I go outside and I clean up the area, I find things that I'm not gonna mention, but also weapons, and it's just things that are not sanitary. And I hose down, even though I might not be allowed, real quick, because there is different things there that I don't want the kids to be around, because it's probably not safe health-wise. And I just wanted to say, I really hope that y'all are, put this at the top of the agenda to do something about, maybe we can get something going over the Christmas break to make sure that maybe we just have more police presence, less weapons, and just to let people know that, we're not gonna take that in Corpus. And I hate people that have that circumstance in their life to where maybe they don't think they have a choice, but maybe we can offer more choices, maybe more jobs, or even just community service for them to have somewhere safe to hang out that's a designated area, because everybody's a human being, but we just want to make sure that our kids are safe so they don't want to leave and go to bigger cities. where they have more opportunity. We want them to stay here and thrive and go to our universities. My son graduated from Kingsville A&M. He got a bachelor in social work. I'm really proud of him and the fact that he's using that here to help in this community. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Solis. Jennifer Nunez.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Nunez, and I'm from Corpus Christi, but most of all, I'm a case manager at Dismissed Charities Recovery Center. We're at 1201 Agnes. We're in the hub there. We are requesting your support available under the HHSP General Set-Aside Fund. This funding will allow us to convert temporary interventions into permanent solutions. So I hope we're looking for solutions today. In just the past few months since starting this position, the urgency and impact of our model are already clear. I have personally housed 15 individuals who were literally homeless, moving them directly into their own apartments, whether it be public housing or private market rentals. 3 of these clients of mine were veterans and are now in a stable apartment. Housing retention starts with sobriety. To achieve this, I have moved over 50 individuals out of the drop-in center, the Dismiss Drop-In Center, into essential treatment programs and supportive sober living communities. Coordinating this complex linkage is a part of the HHSP eligible case management function that we're already doing every single day there at Dismiss. Our case management doesn't end when the lease is signed. I currently visit my housed clients to conduct wellness checks, ensuring they are maintaining their medications, managing their utility bills, and staying connected with their work. Furthermore, I'm already beginning the process of assisting clients with their recertification process through the Public Housing Authority, locking in their long-term housing stability. Council members, I am successful because I have been willing to fill in the gaps. Often relying on local resources, I have reached out to local churches to ask for deposits for rent and light connections. This system of relying on local charity is unsustainable for the scale of the crisis that we're in here locally at Corpus. The HHSP grant is our opportunity to formalize, stabilize, and maximize that impact. We have optimized a budget to dedicate directly to homeless assistant deposits. This allows us to triple the capacity, funding deposits for 50 literally homeless clients, hopefully 30 into public housing and 20 into stable market rate housing. This removes a financial barrier that blocks clients from moving out of temporary shelters and sleeping in the streets into their own home. We will commit a portion of this grant to essential client support, including IDs, birth certificates that clients need for any application, jobs, or housing applications. Essential services also covers vehicle maintenance and local transportation assistance to get them to work and to appointments like the Social Security office appointments, DPS appointments. We sent in a letter from EB Foundation that we provide, showers and laundry, which give them dignity. Oh, I'm already done. But thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. There's no clapping. No, it's passion. It is, but we've got to keep decorum, if you will, please. Thank you, Ms. Nunez. Claudia Delphin.
My name is Claudia Delphin, and I am a resident here at Corpus Christi. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and City staff. My name is Claudia Delphin, and I serve as the Director of the Dismiss Recovery Resource Center at 1201 Agnes. I'm here today to make the case that the RSC is not a strong candidate, that is a very strong candidate for the Homeless Housing and Services Program of the HHSP. For the past 2 years since I helped open the Dismiss Recovery Resource Center, we serve people low-barrier and non-judgmental sanctuary for people who are unhoused along with co-occurring disorders of mental health and substance use. We restore dignity. We break stigma. We provide showers and laundry access every day, and also giving the unhoused the dignity necessary to pursue work and housing. We are peer-driven. Everybody from director all the way to all the peer coaches and case managers are living experience. We help people possess, provide continuous drug and alcohol rehabilitation support that transitions a client from crisis to commitment. We also have a public diversion program. We operate with we partner with the Corpus Christi Police Department and the Crisis Intervention Response Team. So in other words, in that diversion program, officers are safely to bring clients and divert individuals experiences crisis such as public intoxication away from drunk tanks or incarcerations and directly into our case management services. In the past year, we've served 200 clients on the public diversion program. We also encourage our clients to get employment and empowerment. We partner with EB Foundations to place these clients into jobs and commit basically, and even transport them or give them bus cards and build that self-efficacy and more self-efficacy for individuals from dependency and or tax-paying status. Also, we have housing stability assurance. Our case managers maintain close communication with partners like Navarro Apartments and the Housing Authority. The Navarro management verifies that our case managers go above and beyond to intervene on the behalf of our clients and current residents when they face evictions due to mental illness or learning disabilities, guaranteeing the long-term success of the city housing placement investment. Dismiss recovery resources means investing in a proven model that integrates recovery, reduces crime, guarantees compliance, and delivers an audible outcome, moving the literally homeless from the streets of Corpus Christi into permanent housing. We've served over 400 unduplicated clients. They come in from Austin, Houston. What drives them is the beach. I've been doing this work for the past 17 years in El Paso. I worked in Recovery Alliance. I worked in San Antonio, Open Corazon Ministries, and I moved here as Dismiss employed me to open this Recovery Resource Center. It is a drop-in center. We are open from 7:30 a.m. to midnight. And we used to be 24 hours, but now due to funding cuts, we kind of diminished hours, but not employees. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Delphine. Jesse Lewis?
Hello, my name is Jesse Lewis. I'm a client over at Dismiss Charities. I'm writing to ask you to fund Dismiss Charities. They're the reason that I have a home today. They've helped get me off the streets. They've helped me a whole bunch. I was on the streets for about 3.5 years. I've been going over there to Dismiss Charities since November of 2023 because I needed the help. I started working closely with my case manager in March of 2024. I was struggling with my addiction and my mental health issues, and slowly my case manager helped me believe I could have a real life again, especially so I could get a place off the streets, a permanent place. My case manager connected me to a recovery coach while I was going there and got me into treatment in February 2025. Taking care of my addiction and my mental health was the most important thing going on that I needed to get taken care of. In 2024, my case manager started the hardest part, getting my papers, getting all my credentials, everything that I needed to get my housing. Without those documents, I couldn't apply for anything, of course. We applied for housing back in May of 2024, and because of my recovery work, I was selected in April 2025 for housing. Dismiss assisted me with all the footwork for the application fees and the security deposit that I needed to afford to move in. I moved into my apartment at Navarro Apartments in May of 2025, and it's a huge relief to finally have a safe place off the streets. Dismiss doesn't stop when you get the key. They still do house checks and wellness checks to make sure that I'm up to date with everything that I need. I am currently working part-time because of Dismiss. They helped get me a job over at the EB Foundation. And I know that I'll be able to keep my home because Dismiss continues to support me. All in all, this center gives hope to people who have nothing left. And all I can really do is ask that y'all award Dismas Charities with this grant so more clients like me and others like me can get into homes and stay stable. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Sharon Del Sus? Sharon? Fatima Geta Rashidi? Miriam Geta Rashidi? Emilio Varela?
Hello, everybody. Primero que nada, first of everything, I want to say, I came here to Corpus.
Can you state your name and city, please? I'm sorry.
My name is Emilio Varela. I'm from Laredo, Texas. The reason I came to Corpus is to change my life and find some resources, And Dismas Charities since they opened the doors to me, they make me feel confidence on me. Because they help me not only with counseling, they help me. I have a problem with dyslexia, so for me, it's hard for me to get like my GED. So they help me get my diploma. I'm trying to get my diploma so I can. So for me to wanting to stop doing all the things that I used to do is believing myself. And my hometown, I feel there's no more like resources. When I came to Dismas Charities, they opened the doors to me, and thanks to my case manager, Ms. Jennifer Nanias, she means a lot to me because she makes me feel like, I don't know, whenever I need somebody, they're like my emergency number or everything. And every day I have to work to maintain myself clean and sober. From being on the streets and wanting to change my life to them making me feel that I'm someone. And I can be someone later on in life. Yo puedo ser alguien en la vida después porque yo quiero ser alguien. Yo quiero tener mi diploma. Yo quiero ser una persona como. I want to have like. They make me feel so confident there. They give me showers. But now I have my own. I have worked my own way up with my low self-esteem, and now I work. EB Foundations, and I try to keep Corpus Christi beautiful, like by cleaning the beaches and picking up trash. Every day it's a battle every day. They have helped me a lot, and they help me out with my medications. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And I love Corpus Christi, Texas. They have a lot of resources. And yes, they can go out and help a lot of people out there because, man, it's just want the help because it's awesome. There's a lot of resources out here. And I love Corpus Christi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Varela. Eli McKay.
Well, it's certainly hard to come next after hearing such moving stories. I hope that all of your hearts were touched by the work that Dismas is doing. My name is Eli McKay, and I live in beautiful uptown Corpus Christi in District 1. I came today to remind y'all of the importance of the decisions that you make every day and how they have a ripple effect on the entire city. Some decisions might seem insignificant, yet when you look deeper, all of the things have significance and impact the quality of life here in our city. The majority of our city is working class, and we have a poverty rate of 17%, which is 5% higher than the state averages. The general public doesn't have the capacity to worry about who you, as a body, decide to appoint to all of the many city boards and committees that there are. The hope would be that you as elected officials would think about the bigger picture and put people on boards and committees who are invested in progress for all or impacted by historic neglect. We've seen you do that recently on the library board. Thank you. However, instead, and all too often, the reality of who we see appointed tends to be friends of y'all's, local Nepo babies, or even an enemy that you don't want to face in an upcoming election. Having the wrong people serve on boards and committees stifles the process, and it causes unneeded headaches for city staff who, I believe, want to see progress before they retire. Sometimes, and I've seen this happen, we even lose great staff when a board of self-serving individuals brings important projects to a screeching halt. So, that's really all I have, but I hope that you take this comment to heart, and I hope that it sticks in your mind for the next week. I hope that it haunts your dreams for the next week, actually, because y'all have a very important decision to make next week. No mas Nepo babies. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Christina English.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Christina English, District 1. Last week, nearly the entire council defended a church's buffer zone against a bar requesting a variance. To that, the mayor said, we're essentially going against our own ordinance. I feel like Hillcrest also was supposed to have a buffer zone. Their concerns were great because they'd not spoken to the city, the mayor said about this church. Hillcrest also has great concerns and complaints about the city's communication. The mayor discussed the character of the neighborhood and said we want to build neighborhoods, that corridor is in desperate need of revitalization, and goes on to explain that the church was bought during a time where there were already several bars in that area. Well, there were 0 diesel plants in Hillcrest when my neighbors bought their homes. But this mayor is still hell-bent on pleasing Daddy Abbott for forcing this project into the worst possible location, even the worst possible location for its own success. Back when we redlined, we forced our Black neighbors into segregated communities. Shamefully, having seen the success of some of these communities, we now do everything in our power to break them down. In Greenwood, we used fire. In Hillcrest, we use industry, but it's all the same. I applaud this one little church and its congregation being front of mind when making decisions about its neighborhood, and I appreciate representatives of that church being heard and respected. I'd point out that Pastor Henry Williams is here all the time advocating for his community. So is Mona Lytle, so is Tina Butler, so are many, many others, and they're here every week. Councilperson Carolyn Vaughn said that she just knew the churches had been praying these bars away. Well, I know that Brooks AME has also been praying because I've sat in those pews. I've prayed with them. I wonder, the mayor mentioned having visited that other church, I wonder how much time she spent at Brooks. Sadly, we don't have to wonder what the difference is between those two churches. We know that the majority of this council just doesn't care about Black people. I'm not a Christian, but I am a huge fan of Canon Jesus. And I think that he would think that you suck. I think that he would flip tables in these chambers. And I think that some of you know deep down that when given a choice between your own religious principles and money, you've chosen money. I can't help but wonder what destroying a vulnerable neighborhood and killing a congregation, both literally and figuratively, would do to a person's place in heaven. Also, I think it's wild to sit up here and thank Denise Villalobos for bringing money to this district. Denise Villalobos, who championed school vouchers at a time when Corpus Christi is on the brink of closing 7 public schools. Get wrecked, Denise.
Thank you, Christina. Marilena Garza.
Marilena Garza, District 1. I'm here to talk about the cold weather, homelessness, and what it really means for human lives in our city. We often talk in numbers, but I want to begin with a person that I met recently named Jennifer. She's new to Corpus and currently houseless. I saw her walking along the seawall recently carrying everything she owned. Just like so many others, I pulled over and used American Sign Language to ask if she was hungry. She nodded yes. When she came over to my car, she told me she had been so hungry she was praying for food, and then I showed up. That moment reminded me what is at stake. We're talking about real people, people that just came up and spoke to you guys. People who are cold, hungry, and trying desperately to survive nights outdoors in weather that many of us only experience between warm homes and heated cars. On the night of the 2024 point-in-time count, our coastal bend reported 491 people experiencing homelessness in Nueces County. Nearly half were newly homeless. These are people who will face dangerous, even fatal cold temperatures. Nationally, cold exposure killed 1,024 people in 2023. Many of those deaths happen in situations just what we see here, people sleeping outside because they have nowhere else to go. Last winter, when the city activated emergency shelters, it cost roughly $25,000 a day. It also showed that when we choose to respond, we can save lives. However, it also showed how expensive last-minute responses really are. Investing in year-round, low-barrier shelters is not just more humane, it's more cost-effective and predictable. For comparison, incarcerating a person in Texas costs around $75 to $90 per day. I hear it's on the higher end here. And that doesn't count hospital costs or emergency calls that often happen when people are left outside. Preventing even one cold-related emergency can pay back a shelter bed many times over. We know what works. Low-barrier shelters, ones that don't require sobriety, identification, or complicated intake, similar to Dismiss, get people inside quickly, reduce harm, and help people stabilize. Cities that invest in housing and accessible shelters see reductions in violent crime and improvements in community safety. This is evidence-based, not theoretical. I'm asking you to prioritize year-round low-barrier shelter capacity so people like Jennifer never have to wonder if they're going to freeze outside. Winter weather readiness that activates before the crisis, not during it. Rapid rehousing and outreach because stability is cheaper and safer than emergency response. When Jennifer told me she had been praying for food, I realized something. People experiencing homelessness are often praying for us, praying that we will see them, value them, and fight for their survival. We have the opportunity to answer those prayers. Answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Robin Cox.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3, and I first want to say I heard all these people talk about need for homelessness and money. Maybe the $2 million you spend on giving to TERS money for people who already have money, lots of money, could help some of these people. And maybe if you could get your people to donate to some of their campaigns, they'd listen to you, because I saw some of your heads down, which leads me to what I'm about to talk about, our tax money and where it's gone to, and a homeward sweet suit that's going on. Many of my friends have called me because they don't understand it. And I'm by no means an investigator, don't have a law degree, but it just takes a little bit of looking at the city website to figure it out. It's actually quite entertaining. If all of you would go to the city website and look at February 20th, and you can see who gave for the homeward suites, it's all tied to FEMA. It's saying that refers to $2 million received for the costs associated with the FEMA flood zone. Goes on and on about this. Fast forward 2 months later. Nope, the website refers to $2 million for the costs associated with street leveling, retail, public space. If you look at the deposition, certain people on the council say, this hotel is going to be fabulous. People are going to come from miles just to see this hotel. Each of the depositions are actually quite entertaining. When you go to the second reading, though, they forget to take out the video attached to it, which clearly states it's for FEMA. You can sit there on the video and watch as Secret Squirrel Mike Pusley is trying to argue with Sylvia Campos to distract why a certain mayor on there is whispering in another council member's ear. It's actually embarrassing to see what's going on. And I feel glad for the ones of you who weren't on council at that time, because it's an embarrassment when you go to this. You wonder why all of this money for Homeward Suites. Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it. You go to the owner of Homeward Suite, one of the QOFLLEC, and you look at who the donors are. And you never want to give more than a certain amount of money because it's suspicious. So it's better to take that $10,000 and go, Bacta, Bacta, more Bacta, another Bacta. Even Gonzalez, who's the Bacta secretary, gave some money. It went on and on with Bacta money. I started to wonder if Fido, the Bacta's dog, was going to give some money. Then you go to Roland Barretta, Bacta. And if you look at some of the depositions have to go to someone's home to be their friends. I have a lot of friends that I've never been to their home. I consider some of you my friends, but I haven't been to your home. So I think when we look at this, we need to look at each and every one of what role they played and why they wanted so desperately for Homeward Suites to get this money. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robin Cox. Melanie Sanchez.
Melanie Sanchez, a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi. I don't really have anything prepared today because what I'm speaking about makes me very emotional. It makes me feel a lot of things. So what I want to touch on today is just making sure that we have some kind of plan ready to go for when the weather drops, for when the temperatures start to get cold, or for when there are other extreme weather things occurring, because a few weeks ago, I participated in an event where you sleep outside for a night, and it was very uncomfortable, to say the least. The coldest it got that night was about 68 degrees, and I was shivering. That is not considered emergency weather, and yet I was shivering. Currently, we are looking at 50 degrees. Last few nights have been 40 degrees. It is going to get colder than that, and it doesn't sit right with me that I can't tell you, as a resident of Corpus Christi, what the emergency protocol is. And it bothers me even further because I have had the honor of being an educator for going on 6 years now. I have had the honor of working with children who are couch surfing, who are sleeping in cars, who do not know where they're going to be the next night. And how are you able to go about your day and go to sleep at night in your own bed knowing that your students are not so fortunate? So, like I said, I couldn't really prepare this because it's too emotional for me to prepare, but just have that on your radar, guys. You know, have something in writing so that when it does come up, we're not scrambling after the fact to get people safe. That's all I really have. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Jerry Sinclair.
Okay, he's not online, sir.
He's not online, and I don't see Chris Cuellar here. And Jason Hale's not on the list.
No.
Not? Okay, I just wanted to confirm. So. All right, then the meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much.